an episode, but I do feel bad. Where's Pod Awful Shaman? We do have a shaman now. Wait, what the fuck is this? I just saw little emojis. I don't know if did that happen on that one? Little emojis just floated up. They're happening again. Is it happening on this one? On my screen here, there's little hearts and are there reacts now? There's hearts floating up. It's not happening there, but I can see it. Sorry, there's all sorts of new features going. I don't even know all the new features. Where are these hearts coming from? Is that a thing now? I didn't even know this is a thing. Something big is looming on the distance. Question, did you or did you not spend more than 376 on your new set? Brother, I spent an insane amount on the moon base. There are things that you won't see for weeks that are over $11,000. All right, that's one item. I would say in total so far, we're probably around 50,000. We're probably around it, and it might not look it yet. Just trust me, okay? Everything's going to open up more, and you're going to see even more. Even during this episode, you'll see a little bit more. You'll see where it's all gone. But if this is an episode, because again, the stream might freeze. Last week it froze, and I just didn't want to deal with it. I didn't want to go through with it. I don't want to do a full-on Mersh episode or any good stuff, any real good, like my favorite kind of stuff to cover. I just don't want to mess with that if the stream's going to freeze. So I might have spent $50,000 on a frozen stream. That might be true. And you might be sitting here wondering, well, I don't see 50. All right, look, you see this thing right here? That's 10K right there. Just this. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding about that. It's insane. And that's not even in the mix yet. It's not even hooked up. All right. So we're almost there. This TV right here, I'm probably going to repeat this even more times. I've already said this one time to the pizza funders. I'll probably repeat this again when we go over the Mersh lawsuit, which could be tomorrow, by the way. I think we're going to kind of forego a schedule for a while and just make episodes happen as quickly as I can. I just need to get as many episodes out as I possibly can. It's all been backed up inside me. You ever go a month without releasing? You know what I mean? You ever go a whole month without letting one fly? I'm talking about taking a dump. It feels really good at the end when you finally do. So I might just say fuck it to a schedule. But anyway, the thing I keep saying is this, I'm not joking. This TV back here, this monitor, this is a joke. This is a 65-inch television. I bought this as a joke. Didn't need it. This wasn't originally going to be part of the new setup. I'm now using it as one of my main screens here, but Mersh just kept saying he bought a 55-inch TV, and he was so proud. He was like acting like this was his big adult man moment on Twitter. Yeah, I went to Amazon Basics and bought a 55-inch. Me and the cats are sitting around watching the 55-inch. And he kept saying 55-inch. And I kept thinking to myself, 55 inches, that's the lowest you can go at this point. You don't do less than 55. Not as a grown man. Certainly not as a single grown man. If you are a married man, your wife might be like, do we really have to spend so much on... Not me. I said, Mersh has got a 55. Well, guess what? I've got a 65. I had to do it. So this is a joke TV. This only exists to make Mersh upset, to make him wonder, where did Jesse's dad get all that rocket ship money? Why does he keep giving Jesse all his nuclear physicist money? That's the entire point of it. There's nothing else going on with that. I mean, we will be using it. Like, it's a great TV. It's a nice one, I guess. I don't know. It actually might be junk. I might throw it away. What are they saying in the chat? That's what my kids have, says Alex in the chat. Your kids have a 55-incher. Mersh was so proud of that 55-inch. I realized after the fact, I'm kicking myself now. I should have just, because this is too big. This is like covering up half of the moon base. I don't want this one. And what I realize now is I should have gotten a 56 inch, just go one over. Oh, 375. How about 376? Oh, 55 inch. How about 56 inch? I don't know if they even make a 56 inch TV, but how funny would that have been? But then you wouldn't have seen it. You can see it here. I think this is pretty obviously bigger than Mersh's Cats TV. He bought his cats a TV. He thinks his cats are going to be all right, look, I can't get into Mersh. I'm just filling the time here to make sure that we don't crash. I don't think we are. I think I figured it out. I think I've got everything set up. I've got a second computer running right here. It's like handling half the stuff. So I think we're going to be okay. But there's only one way to find out. And the worst thing to do, you cannot do a funny show. You cannot do good entertainment with the swinging axe of a broken computer hanging over your neck the entire time. I'd be sitting here sweating right now going, let's see if this thing falls apart. Let's see if it freezes. Was any of this worth it? Probably not. Because I'll tell you something. When the computer freezes, this is what happens. Number one, I start getting really, really hot. Okay? My blood starts to boil and I'm screaming. Last week when the computer froze, if it was still streaming, if embarrassingly somehow you could still hear the audio, and I thought for a second you might be able to. Sometimes when the computer freezes, if something like if a video is playing, I can still hear it playing. So presumably you could maybe still hear me. I don't know. Maybe people did hear this. I'm just sitting here going, fuck! 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 No, 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 no! That's okay. Oh, man. I might have just blown out my larynx. Fun show. So it says, fun show. Yeah. Fun show. Jesse is one bad day. Everybody. Every streamer. It's just one bad day. Okay. Again, I keep seeing hearts floating. What is this? Is this a new YouTube feature? Can someone explain this? Oh, no, it's 100s. I'm getting 100s emojis. Not happening over. This is the one place where you would want that to happen. I'm just getting it here. That's kind of annoying, actually. We might have to figure that out. Maybe I got to be logged in. I think on that one, I'm not logged in for you to see it. Is that out of focus? Do I need to focus that? I might have to focus this more on the background than on me, or something might have popped out of focus here. I'm not exactly sure. Again, all of the settings, nothing is fully in place. You are seeing some stuff, all right? You're seeing, we've got the bully station. You haven't seen it all yet. It's going to be incredible. It's going to knock you out. You've seen a little bit of RoboCam. RoboCam has been upgraded insanely. You're going to see some other very cool features, including stuff that the Pizza Fund still hasn't even seen. I think as long as everything works out, I'm going to give you some sneak peeks on all of this. I literally have ladders, like right off camera. There's ladders and there's a drill over here. Again, here's a wrench. All right, I'm wrenching things. I don't even know which way the camera goes yet. I'm wrenching things. Nothing is final. Don't assume this is where the mic is always going to be. This might be in the way of stuff. I don't know. I just have it set up where I can do a show so we can make shows happen. I want them to happen too. I'm upset about there not being shows for so long too. Hell yes. Oh yeah, okay. So people are typing 100s. Is that making them pop up in the thing or no? I don't even see them now. I don't know. I don't know how any of this works. It's only a YouTube website only feature. Why'd you say only twice? If you poo out the chat, it won't work. What? Oh, if you pop out the chat, it won't work. I wonder if it would if I was logged into my account over there, though. I'm not logged in on that chat screen, and I wonder if that would make those things pop. Not that I necessarily want that happening. That's actually not even done. That's not even the final screen. That's a temporary screen going on there. There's a lot of stuff happening right now. So if you're sitting here going, Jesse, it kind of looks the same as before. You just moved where the TV is. No. I wish that's all that had happened. I wish it was that easy. This has been an insane process, and I want to thank all the henchmen who helped me out with this, and of course the Pizza Fund who funded it. I mean, I wouldn't be affording a am I too far over in front of the TV? Might be something I have to figure out too. I wouldn't be able to afford a moon base like this without the Pizza Fund, so thank you to the Pizza Fund. It turns out Mersh, it ain't my dad. I'll give you a taste of the Mersh thing, just a little Mersh update. When it comes to Mersh's lawsuit against me and the criminal action, it's going to be easy to file. We're going to talk about it. We'll do a whole episode. I might even make it like officially episode 1 of the new season. Nothing's happened yet. Isn't that bizarre? There's absolutely, as far as I know, no actions have been taken. Now, I don't know if that's because it's a slow process getting me in Australia or what. I don't know if it's that process servers haven't made their way to the moon yet. I'm not sure what the story is on this, but Mersh made it sound like this was happening tomorrow. And so far, I've heard nothing about this. So we'll see. I'm seeing hearts. And that's very distracting, actually. All these little emojis. Do they do anything? I guess that's algorithmic juicing or something. I guess I can't be too mad about it. I want to donate to move the camera. That's actually a fascinating concept. If I could figure out a way to do that, that would be, there could be something interesting with that. I've been thinking about stuff like that, Stavi, and that's a very good idea. Because, I hate super chats, but it is kind of retarded at this point not to do something with them. It's a lot of cashola being left on the table. If a guy wanted to pay $3 to make a camera wiggle, why stop him from doing that? I can't think of a reason. And by the way, this is when everything is set up. Actually, I've got 2 of them over here. This is going to be a 3 robot camera shoot. So that should explain some stuff to you. This is a completely round desk. We're shooting in the round here. We have completely other rooms. There's other entire sections to the moon base going on. We're going to have a 3 RoboCam shoot for the whole thing. It's going to be very cool. I'm very excited about it. I've been having a lot of fun setting this stuff up, figuring out new technologies and making all this happen. So, what is that? We do it live. Why didn't that show up on my chat over here? That's bizarre. Somehow one came in over there and did not come in on my main chat screen. Might have to figure something out with that. Let's see. Is it just that one didn't show up? That's very bizarre. I've got it on live chat. Is there a drum set? Great question. My number one priority in all of this was I got to make sure that there's a section of the moon base set up for a band that never plays. And I talked to my money guy about this. I said, Mr. Aberstein,
I'm a fag.
I want to have the nicest drum set. I don't want anyone touching it. I need it to collect a fine layer of dust. Get a real nice patina on it before we even think about doing anything with it. Actually, I don't know. Listen, I can't make fun of that. He might have used that drum set by now. I don't know. Are we just assuming that? I bet you that drum set's been used. I don't know. I haven't been watching. Somebody let me know if the red bar, we're referring, of course, to the red bar drum set. Somebody please let me know if that drum set has been used. I'd like to see it. I'd like to see it happen. I got to be honest. I don't understand the Red Bar Studio. It's not bad. It's nice. It's not my style. I don't know that I would have gone with kitschy desert motel as the theming of I don't really see how that. I guess what happened is they moved from Chicago to Arizona. Mike and Jules, cut to me. And on the way, they probably stopped at some of these kitschy desert motels. And Mike went, "Oh, shout outs. I have an idea." and an old vintage glass lamp light bulb clicked on over his head. It's not bad. I just don't understand why so much of it is taken up by a band setup. It was the idea. Are they going to have a live band at some point? Maybe they're working on that. I don't know. I don't want to talk shit about it. I don't know. They're working on it, and that's, cool for someone, I guess. If you like music, then I guess maybe that would be cool for you. Me personally, I'm not into music. I have a feeling when you finally see the whole setup here, there won't be a whole section where you're like, what's that for? Why are you doing that? What is that over there? I'm hoping, but we'll see. Actually, I will have a band set up. I'm going to have an entire band set up. And I've been talking about this for the longest time. I had the idea for an animatronic, co-host or sidekick for so long. I've been talking about that for years. And then he said he was going to do that. And I'm like, well, got to throw that one away. I was literally talking to robot builders about this, and I had to just completely scrap that idea. If he hasn't done it yet, though, it was my idea first. Maybe we should bring that back. I'll have a whole, what was it called? Chunky cheese. What is that? Showbiz pizza setup going on. Something like that. Mike robbed the motel. I don't know. It's just a guess. Looks like an old kitschy desert motel setup to me. I guess that's an idea. I guess that's a theme for a studio. I don't know. And, I'll tell you this. Salvo, the winner of the poo-poo test, by the way, passed with flying colors, saw his penis, tiny little acorn of a penis, never got hard, did get a little bit longer and redder, but never got hard during the poo-poo test. Salvo, out of nowhere, just starts building a new studio. I don't know why. His thing before was just a black curtain. I guess that's why, actually. I think I just answered my own question on that one. He's building something. That's supposed to be coming. He says April 1st, but, I don't know if you're Ethan Ralph and maybe you don't understand dates, but maybe that's going to happen. Maybe it's not. I don't know. I saw he posted some picture of it, and his, actually, speaking of Showbiz Pizza, his looks like what he's setting up is the theme of it is like a 1990s roller rink, which is actually kind of cool. That one I do like. That's kind of a cool. I don't know if that's what he's doing 100%, but I would like to see what he's working on. I like that people are trying now. I like that people are trying to put something into it. It's not just the Tom Green live setup anymore of a TV over your shoulder. Just everyone copying, me included, Tom Green. So that's nice to see. I like that everybody's putting in some effort, and we wish everybody well. And with all their illnesses, Crowder David's disease has been ravaging my body for some time. I'm going to talk about this more on the Mersh lawsuit episode, I think, because it's a health thing. We're going to get into some health stuff, but I haven't been feeling too great, and it's put this off by months. And I actually started getting sick again this past week. I just am feeling ill, and I'll tell you why. I know why I keep getting so ill, so sick, and it's probably the same reason all these people, the Crowder Davids, keep getting sick. All the streamers are getting sick, and we'll discuss that coming up. I think we're safe. I think we're officially in safe harbor, and we can do sort of a show. Well, you know what I might ask? I was talking to Angie right before this. By the way, Pot Awful's Savage Clips on YouTube. Go subscribe to her. That's Angie's channel. Pot Awful's Savage Clips. I was talking to Angie before the show here a little bit in a DM on Discord, and she was talking about clipping this thing that we're going to cover. I wonder, Angie, would you be willing to sort of take to what I do here and sort of cut out all the fat, all this preamble, all this stuff about the studio, basically anything that sucks, cut it out, and just help me make this into a more digestible episode about this topic that we're about to discuss. I don't have an intro. I'm not going to do like the intro video or any of that kind of stuff. We're just going to go into it because it's kind of a crazy thing that happened. That would actually be cool if you you could help me with that, because that'll let me focus on making the next episode happen rather than editing this shit. And listen, if the stream goes down, if the computer freezes during this, we're just going to go, okay, we'll pick this up another time, or maybe we won't. We'll just move along. We'll just walk away from this. Now, again, I will be sitting here going, fuck! You guys will be at home. You'll be like, oh, man, that sucks. And you'll move on right away. You'll start watching some other even shittier show. And I'll be sitting here going, fuck! So we'll see what happens. But here's what's going on. Here's the skinny. This is crazy. I did not see this coming. This is a sleeper goon moment. Here, I tell you what. Here's a quick little preview of something. You're not going to see the full thing here. This is a little taste of a new feature of the moon base, okay? We have a sleeper goon on our hands. Okay, I don't know if you can even pick that up 100% on camera here, but we've got a sleeper goon. Okay? All right. Now, that's just a little taste of something, just to give you an idea. So, Kyle Cease came out of nowhere. Sleeper goon. We never think about Kyle Cease. Kyle Cease is actually a pretty great goon. He's psycho. And every time we cover him, it is more bizarre than the last time, particularly when it comes to this one subject, which is that he is, it turns out, a Me Too guy. He's been Me Too'd. Brendan Fraser won an Oscar for Me Tooing some Jewish Hollywood producer. Kyle Cease, he gets Me Too'd and he keeps getting to work. If you don't know who Kyle Cease is, he's a goon I've been covering now for maybe 7 years or something like that. He's a former stand-up comedian. If you saw him, you know who he is, okay? Go check out podawful.com. I don't know which episodes are free and which ones aren't. It's not about that. See whatever you can see over there. Podawful.com. Check out the Kyle Cease stuff, all right? We never talk about this guy until we do. Until we're forced to, until something happens, and it's nuts. Kyle Cease is a former stand-up comedian, which is a great start. We love heckling. We love making their lives miserable. I have several personal vendettas against multiple comedians and the entire New York comedy scene in multiple ways. I was accused of being I was Me Too'd, actually. I was accused of being a rapey guy by an activist / stand-up comedian in New York, all because jokingly on stage, I said that Trump's not that bad of a guy. And he was joking when he said, grab their pussies. This got me accused of being rapey. Okay? Now, I've never, as far as I'm aware, I don't think I've ever raped anybody or R-worded them. Sorry, Angie, you're going to have to beep that. We're going to have to get that word out of here. I don't think I've ever done that. Kyle Cease, actually cut that whole bit out, okay? Kyle Cease has been accused of using a position of power over a lady. Now, this is the type of Me Tooing that's usually pretty shaky. Usually guys like us, we're sitting around like, that's not a thing. Your boss asked you if you would suck his cock, and now you think that, and you did it, and he gave you a promotion, and now somehow you're not on even ground. I'm sorry, that sounds like a fair trade in my book. Usually we think that, but when it happens to Kyle Cease, we cease to think that. All right, so Kyle Cease, we made fun of his stand-up. We made fun of the fact that he became a guru. We have several goons who are these enlightenment coaches, gurus, life coaches. We never know what to call these people because they don't know what to call themselves. They never put too fine a point on what it is they do, because if they did, you would immediately dismiss them as human beings. You would say, oh, this is a scam. This is a pyramid scheme. All of these guys work in this bizarre, it's the Mersh effect. all of these guru guys work in a Mersh effect that's gurus all the way down. And Kyle Cease is one of the top guys in this pyramid scheme. He's the Mersh of the guru Mersh effect. Not kidding. And again, this is a dude where he's been in movies. He was Comedy Central's #1 stand-up comedian back in the day, like back when you would watch Comedy Central and actually expect to see some good comedy. He was up there, man, and he wasn't that bad. He was known as Kid Comedy, Kyle Cease, all right? And then he becomes a guru. We make fun of his guru-dom. Other comedians have been making fun of Kyle Cease for a long time because he started a stand-up comedy boot camp. Now, I'm just giving you the basic backstory here. Again, all the episodes that we've done, they're over at podawful.com. And they'll really paint the picture for you. I just want you to have a basic understanding of this because I don't have the stuff prepared to just go through here. But he becomes a guru. When all the comedians make fun of him, he becomes a guru. And this works out for him like crazy. The comedy stand-up boot camp he did, massive failure. This guru thing, he's raking in money. He does these live it's not a performance. He invites these people to this like getaway retreat thing where he does this whole guru act up on stage and he brings people up on stage and he makes them cry about their dead grandma or something. It's like John Edward, the psychic, without the psychic part. Like once you know what cold reading is, psychics aren't that exciting. Imagine if they didn't even bring that skill to the table. That's a guru. Okay, you ever see a guy call himself or a lady call herself a light worker, and you're like, yeah, you're doing a great job. So far, the lights seem to be working. Hey, keep it up, buddy. Thank you. Thank you so much for making sure I can see. I prefer it when I get up that I can see, so thank you so much. If it weren't for our nation's hard work, our essential light workers, imagine what we would have done during Kahuna virus. You thought the toilet paper shortage was bad? Imagine having to hoard light bulbs, begging a guru to turn it on for you. So, and you have to pay a pretty penny to show up to these events. Kyle Cease's event, Evolving Out Loud, is what he calls it. You show up there with your light bulbs, you've paid minimum $500 to do that. It's probably more. Now, on this show, we've exposed his scams. We called it Cease Scams. It was a hashtag. We've exposed his scams before. We exposed his Me Too guy status. I even interviewed a former cult member of his, because that's what it really is. These guru guys, like, you know, we joke about having a cult here at Pod Awful. We joke about it. It's a complete joke. If the feds are watching, it's a joke. But these dudes really have a cult around them. And I interviewed one of his former cult members, this guy who's by the way, also a former stand-up comedian, this guy Robert. And he'd been out of it for a long time at this point, and he's still completely brainwashed by the whole thing. I think that's the name of the episode, is Brainwashed. And it's a great episode. It's crazy. Now, this was even after the Me Too stuff. We've done a lot of stuff with Kyle. But what you need to know more than anything when it comes to Kyle is after his Me Tooing, this woman comes out and says he used his position of power over her. He cheated on his wife with her. He made her think that she was going to be his new, one and only, and he used his position as her guru to sleep with her, and he's been doing this with multiple other women, which is classic cult stuff. We've all been there. So Kyle freaks out because half of his team rebels against him. There's a mutiny. They leave him. Actually, I think it was more than half. I think most of his team left him over this. He doesn't know what to do. And this thing is buku cash cow for Kyle. Kyle is making bank off of this, and his world is collapsing around him before his eyes. And now Pod Awful's on top of that. And you might not think it, but Kyle knows what Pod Awful is. When we made fun of him the first time, Kyle caught wind of Pod Awful, and that was like a couple of years ahead of this. So Kyle does not want to see Pod Awful rearing its ugly head. Pod Awful's watching you. So don't go on the internet tomorrow. So Kyle is unhappy with this development. Kyle is really upset that we cover the Me Tooing. Kyle tries to copyright strike my video about it down. He tries to take it off the internet. Why did he do this? Because he released in his, I don't know if it's a paywall, but in his like program that he does for his guru people, for his enlightenment people, he would do these live streams for them. Every Wednesday, they do one. Now, I didn't leak his stuff, but he did this stream where he admitted to all of his crimes. And this stream is psycho. Again, I'm telling you, he's a sleeper goon. It's a hit. Like, the stuff that Kyle does, it is bananas. This video is unwatchable nearly. He's constantly on the verge of tears to the point that his face starts contorting. He starts going. This is not a joke. Anyone who's seen this video or seen the episode will tell you this. And Kyle is very upset that we've exposed this video. So he takes down my video talking about this. He copyright claims it. And you know how YouTube is with these things. They side with that guy. I file an appeal. I happen to already have 2 strikes on my channel from other bullshit copyright claims. It was a whole other bullshit artist copyright claiming my stuff the week before this. It all coalesced at the worst time. And you've heard me tell this story before. And that's why what I'm doing in this stream right now is very dangerous. We haven't even started the new season yet. And this stream I'm doing right now could get this channel terminated. Kyle did this insipid thing where he files the false copyright strike. I appeal it, and he tells them he's going to take me to court over it. Did I get taken to court over it? Well, ask Mersh. The answer's no. But he told him he would, which means it's now out of YouTube's hands. So YouTube, because I've got 3 strikes, and because this guy is serious about his strike on me, they say, you know what? We're just going to terminate your channel. This was the original Pod Awful channel. Now, some of you got to be thinking, Jesse, I thought it was Tom Gully, didn't you? Or was it Mersh? Or didn't you say it was all these other people? Now, if you've paid attention to the Pod Awful lore, you'll remember, and I've said this many times, when my channel actually got terminated, it had technically already been terminated for 1 year. Here's what happened. They terminate my channel. Kyle Cease gets his hit in. It's a Kyle Cease job. They terminate the channel. I get the email. It says, you are terminated, which is no good. I take a look at the email. I go, what can I do? How do I appeal this? It's a Friday. I know I'm not going to get any response. It's 5 p.m. on a Friday, and I'm getting terminated. I go to the channel. The channel's still there. Now, I'm 100% terminated, according to YouTube, but the channel is not gone. And this Friday happens to be the day where Google announced that all of its employees now work from home. They're not coming in anymore, thanks to the Kahuna virus. So I was in this bizarre limbo state the entire time. And this is probably why I can't appeal my channel out of the bullshit thing that got it finally terminated. I was double terminated. YouTube said, you're terminated, and the employee who was supposed to hit the terminate button had already fucked off for the day. They're out of there.
I have autism. I can't help it.
Now, I didn't think something like this. I swear to God, this is all true. I didn't know this was possible. It happened. For nearly 1 year, I was terminated, but I could do whatever I wanted on my account. I could upload, I could stream, the channel never went away. The strikes actually went away at a certain point. They never took back the strikes. It's just like naturally in YouTube system, if you don't know this, they remove strikes. And those went away after 3 months or whatever it is, they went away. But I'm terminated. And I knew the whole time, like, this is bad. Something's going to happen at some point, and it's all going to go away. And then Tom Gully showed up, and now that channel's gone forever, right? So Kyle Cease got me with that one, but I still had the channel. So I go on to the YouTube channel, and I go, okay, here's the video Kyle Cease doesn't want you to see. And I play it, and I commentate over it. It's fair use. He can't strike me down again. What's he going to do, terminate me twice? They already didn't do it. Here's the video. I upload it to BitChute and probably a few other places, and I tell everyone in the audience, take this video, title it, "This is the video Kyle Cease does not want you to see. Hashtag me too. And repost it to YouTube for me. Make him work for it. Make him go to everybody. And I guess at that point, Kyle Cease knew he was beat. And he had too many other problems on his plate at that point. Too many other problems. So there's other uploads all over YouTube. There's uploads on BitChute. I think somebody put one on DLive at one point. I don't even know where they all went to. But there's uploads everywhere. Vimeo, it's everywhere. And Kyle gives up. He's in the middle of a Me Too. He can't be worrying too much about this. Now, it actually got worse for Kyle. And this is where things get really bad. And this is where you know that Kyle Cease is now no longer, like, he no longer considers me this annoyance in his life. He's no longer just a goon of this show. We are now officially enemies.
Let's go, Felted, etc.
Pot off a one, pot off a one.
So now we're enemies, okay? Because of this, we do a World War episode. All right, fans of hate level of the Pizza Fund, we do a World War episode, and we'd already done one on Kyle Cease. There'd already been a whole episode about all of this stuff. And then I keep getting messages from people who know Kyle. Women who have been Me Too'd by Kyle, keep coming to me with their story. This happens, by the way, every time I do a show on anything like this. I always get victims coming to me and going, I need you to help me tell my story. And I get saddled with this stuff. And then I'll do it because it's content. I'll do it because you guys will probably enjoy it. But then it becomes like my fight forever instead of theirs. The girl who got roofied by the Santa Cruz Joker did that to me, Melissa, over at the Blue Lagoon. Like, she's never said anything about it again. And now I have to constantly fight that fight. So I have all these Me Too victims coming to me. And this group, this Kyle Cease, like Alcoholics Anonymous style group, this support group coming to me going, oh, let's do this. And they were coming up with schemes to run against Kyle. And they want to be involved in getting that video that Kyle doesn't want you to see out there. And they made a website about it. I think it was like Kyle Cease is a MeTooGuy.com or something. Like, I don't even remember. But the worst of all, the one that really got him, the World War episode we did. It's called World War II Brother Wars. Kyle Cease's own brother contacted me and said, I've got a story to tell, and I want to tell it on Pod Awful. And I said, let's go, Felted, etc. So let's effing go. I told him that was actually the moment that I invented the phrase, let's effing go. I was the first guy to ever say that. Let's Go is a Pod Awful original. And also, this is the only show that rocks. I don't think I have that sound effect program. We'll just do this one.
I got excited, very excited to see all of this.
Shout out to the alcoholics in chat. Says beef jerky always. Shout out to all the Mersh fans in chat. So his own brother turned on him and spilled beans inside this episode that it's like, it's unrecoverable. You will never be bros with your brother ever again after doing this. I'm Kyle Cease's worst enemy outside of the woman who Me Too'd him. And he said, fuck it, let's do it. Now, after he said, fuck it, let's do it, he said to me, don't put that on the show. And I went, brother, I mean, good luck to you and everything, but it's going in the show. I told him, listen, it's going to be behind a $20 paywall. I don't think you got too much to worry about. And he's telling me, you don't understand Kyle. He's in the pizza fund. This is true. He really told me this. He said Kyle is going to be, if he's not already, he's in the pizza fund. You don't understand how he works. He's a complete narcissist. He's a creep. He's a freak. And he's going to be in there, and he's going to be seeing everything I said. And I regret it. I now know I can't take it back. And I said, you're right. You can't take it back. And I went ahead with the show. It was already recorded. I had it. So, and by the way, that's a watch. If you're already in that level of the Pizza Fund and you haven't seen that one, go check that one out. That is a crazy one, especially when you get Cease pilled. When you're in the thick of Cease, when you're in the crease of Cease, that episode is like a, it's the denouement. I don't know what that word means, but it probably is that. It's the climax. But it was all leading to this moment, actually. Because now, here's what's happening. It's been quiet for years now with this whole thing. And Kyle Cease just moved on. He just Me Too movemented on. And nobody seems to care. And we went out there and we went into his videos. We went to the comments section. Of course, he deleted them all. But we went in there and we said, Kyle Cease is a Me Too guy. You guys got to stop watching him. And his followers are a literal cult. And they didn't stop. They wouldn't listen. They wouldn't listen to the women. They didn't believe all women. They believed instead the girliest man of all time, Kyle Cease. You're about to see this. And then all of a sudden, after years pass and everybody, it's just forgotten. And he's still making money. And he's now got a new entourage around him. And he's got this woman, Mary Fast, working for him. Come back to her in a second. Because I'm sure she's watching. By the way, when I say stuff like this, these goons watch. Kyle joined the Pizza Fund at one point. The goons watch, okay? So we're going to turn back around to Mary Fast. Yeah, I know who you are. I've got all your info. We're going to come back to her in a second. Out of nowhere, yesterday, I get messages from a couple of people saying, you're not going to believe this. Out of nowhere, I was hit with a copyright strike, not a complaint, not a notice, a strike on the video that Kyle doesn't want you to see, the Me Too video. It's taken down. YouTube said it's gone. More than one person, different accounts, different people, all hit simultaneously out of nowhere. Now, this should have been a clue. This should have told us that something was going to happen. They're planning something, and they were. Now, I asked him about this. I said, what does it say? What exactly is going on? Actually, let me pop open Discord here real quick and just read this message. Oh, great. I have to log back in just because I clicked away. That's awesome. Love that. Discord's awesome. So let me go. So one of these guys, this is a guy, Daniel, who hasn't been a part of Pod Awful now for a couple of years. Like since this Kyle C stuff, he just moved on, whatever. And he rejoined the cult. He comes back in, he messages me all for this. He's like, he can't believe this is happening. He says, Hey, Jesse, Kyle Cease just hit me with a takedown. Sure enough, it's the Kyle Cease Me Too exposing a predator video. That's how he titled it. Takedown issued by Kyle Cease. I told him submit the counter notice and claim fair use through archiving. That's not a real fair use thing, by the way. Like, I don't know. Sometimes they let you get away with that. Me personally, as a guy who makes YouTube videos, I think that's a bullshit one. But fuck Kyle Cease, right? And I know people will say that about me. Well, fuck Jesse then. I'm going to do that too. Fine. That's the beauty of the internet. The war of the internet, the arms race of the internet is we're all just trying stuff to make something happen. Making something funny happen. We're just seeing, hey, can I win this one? Can you win this one? Let's see what happens. So that's all fine. So I told him, counter notice it. Because if you do a counter notice, then he has to say he is officially submitting court documents to take you to court over this copyright thing. That this is going to be ruled on by a judge. That's the next step. Now, I'm telling a guy, and I knew this saying this, I'm telling a guy who hasn't even been a part of the pod awful world for a little while now to possibly get sued over this. I don't think he's really going to do it, but I hope. So he says, okay, I said the video fell under fair use and served as an archive. I hope he sues me so something interesting finally happens to me. That's a fucking champ, man. I can't believe that is beautiful. Thank you. Daniel rules. And this also happened to Trevor. This happened to a few other guys. One of the videos is still up. One of the videos from one of the channels that I openly promote is actually still up. I don't know how they missed this one, but the fact that Daniel's like, bring it on. And why? Because it's funny. Hell yes. Go on the internet. You seem cool. Okay. Go on the internet tomorrow. Then he tells me, oh, and the email that submitted the claim is mary@kylecease.com. So I did some digging. Who's Mary? I wonder who that could be. Here's my digging, by the way. I went to Facebook and I typed in Mary Kyle Cease. Found her in 2 seconds. It was instant. It's definitely her. She works for Kyle. Her name's Mary Fast. Now, this is why the only reason I even bring her up or this part of it up is, was she instructed by Kyle to do this? I mean, this is this is a Breaking Bad, Godfather style hit where all the videos are getting hit simultaneously. You know, they got an 8-minute window to kill 6 guys in prison. And so is she doing that? Is she diabolical enough for that? And what is the plan? Why are they doing it? Or was she instructed by Kyle to do it, or worse? And this is what I really think it is. Mary's probably innocent in all of this. I mean, she works for Kyle, so she's not. But is Kyle just using her company email to shield himself? Just that slight layer between him and the takedown notice. Oh, it wasn't Kyle at kylecease.com. It was Mary. Yeah, that's it. Mary. You know, the virgin. This is a virgin birth of a copyright strike. You can't be mad at me. God willed it. I think that's what was happening, but who knows? And we might have to talk to Mary to see. Listen, I've talked to crazier people in Kyle's life. Wouldn't be that hard. Not for me. So I told Daniel, I was like, that's interesting. Yeah, if he sues you, he'll have to prove he isn't a rape guy, I guess. So that's cool. Gonna have to prove you're not a Me Too dude in court, I guess. Well, it'll all be in the discovery. That's what Mersh tells me. And I showed him who Mary is. I sent her Facebook to him. He said, so she's just some brainwashed lackey? Yes, that's who everyone around Kyle is, including his brother, until we broke him of the conditioning momentarily. He says, someone like that might actually be dumb enough to get litigious. Don't know how she can claim ownership of anything in the video, though. Yeah, she doesn't. That's the thing. Mary at kylecease.com doesn't own the video. Does she? Now, is there possibly this thing going on where Kyle is like funneling shit through this Mary woman now to protect himself because he's been Me Too'd. Like, he nearly lost everything. Did Mary come in as like this angel to protect it all for him? Maybe. Who knows? I said, I'm assuming she's an employee. She was instructed to do this. You weren't the only one hit. He says, I saw Trevor was hit as well. He and I were hit at the same time. This was probably automated somehow. I don't think it was automated. I don't think that's true at all. Chat screen looks fucky. Sorry, I'm just checking. Oh, yeah. Is it all fucked up back there? This is in the wide shot though, right? But when I do this, it looks okay, right? Let's see. Is the chat okay when I'm like this? We'll work on that. That's fine. This is all a test. All right. Cut this out, Angel. So, yeah, it's fine. All right. Just checking. I saw that in Discord. Well, I got distracted a little bit. Now, while I'm here, let me check to see, because I know Trevor posted about it too. Yeah, he says he got mine too. He posted the copyright takedown. Kyle Cease, #MeToo apology. You don't want to be doing a Me Too apology. Apologizing about a Me Too is admitting you did a Me Too. It's bad. It's just bad every single time. So now I have the video. The video you're not supposed to see. Again, it's still up on YouTube. Not all of them were hit. If I play this, Kyle is going to try to take down not just my video, but this entire channel. This will be the 7th channel I've lost, if that's the case. Something like that. I don't even know anymore. So should I play it? Is it a good idea to play it? I feel like you have to have at least some context of this video, because here's what happened. So what's the big plan? Why now? Why out of nowhere is he doing this? He's doing fine. His videos on YouTube are doing fine. He's got a huge YouTube channel. He's got a lot of people falling for his crap. He's brainwashed millions of dead-brained housewives and old women, stealing from old women. Your grandma. A scam for your grandma. He's scamming. And we tried to cease these scams. So what was the plan? Today, an 1.5 hour long video came out of Kyle giving his side of the Me Too. This is a thing he should have moved on from. This is a thing that he technically won. This shit has been eating him up for so long. And these videos that Pod Awful put out, that you, the henchman, put out, these have been killing Kyle this whole time. So congratulations to the henchman. It took years. It took years, but I told you this would pay off. I told you this would get him. He's been working up to this to give his whole side, and he needs this video gone from the internet to do that, because this video undoes everything he has to say. So today he does a live stream. It's an 1.5 hour long. It's crazy. It's not quite as crazy as this old video that Kyle Cease does not want you to see. Now, what I'm doing here, and it's right there in the disclaimer at the beginning of this stream, what I'm doing here is 100% fair use. This isn't archival purposes. This is news. This is commentary. This is satire. This is parody. I am absolutely allowed to play this video. That doesn't mean that Kyle's not going to play dirty on it. I'm only going to play a portion. It's an hour long. We can't play the whole thing. Most of it is creepily silent, but it has to be done. Kyle Cease doesn't get to bury the truth just because he buried Pod Awful's channel. This video, by the way, is still up, and you can still download it. You can still find it. Type in Kyle Cease into BitChute. You'll find it. Type in the right stuff. Type in Kyle Cease apologizes, Kyle Cease abusing women, all that kind of stuff. And we're going to let Kyle tell his side of it here. We're going to play the whole Kyle Cease, today's stream. But you can still find this one, and you can download it. and you can re-upload it. And 4 years from now, it's going to go off like a volcano in Kyle Cease's brain, and we'll be back here doing this again. Archive this video. Never let this thing get lost. I've got a copy, but iCopy could go away. You never know. Make sure you've got a copy of this. Check this out. Never met a good Kyle, they say in the chat. Oh my God. What the fuck was that intro? Hang on a second. What is happening? What the? There's just a creepy 1 second long. It's like a screamer. Remember screamer videos on YouTube? Ah! You can put that image. Hang on a second. One more time. You're a little kid. You're 12 years old. You're like, your brother told you to watch this video. Okay, got ya. That was Pazuzu. All right, so here's Kyle. Now this might be a kind of shitty copy. I mean, we've got copies of copies of copies. It's probably pretty degraded at this point, but not more degraded than Kyle did those women. Am I all? By the way, and I need to know this. Cut this part out. Am I in sync? Is the audio and the video in sync? Does it look like I'm talking at the same time? So I might have to fix that as well. I might have to fix it for the screen back here. You know what? For this, I'm going to go ahead and try to manually sort of focus in here. Look at that. That's better, right? Okay, we're going to do that. All right, let's see. It's not going to stay, but we'll see.
Hello, everybody. So honored that you're here tonight. I want to talk deeply and openly from my heart tonight. And because of that, tonight...
Is anybody, by the way, if you hadn't seen our Kyle Cease coverage before, you're seeing Kyle Cease now. Do you recognize him? Do you remember Kid Comedy? His whole thing was he had a dimple. He's got one dimple. That was his big Comedy Central bit. He had a special called like Bigger, Blacker, Dimpler or something like that.
At least while I talk, the chat and the questions are going to be off.
You know a video is good when it starts with a sigh.
And the reason they're going...
The goons exhale. Wow.
...to be off is because if I'm looking at the chat, I'll be busy trying to answer the questions that you have and not being able to speak from my heart. And I want to speak from my heart.
Okay. You talk about a goon's exhale. Okay, it takes him a lot. Now, remember, Kyle is spiritually, metaphysically, and also actually a woman. So everything is like deep and emotional.
My heart has so much to say. It really does. And if you don't know, a week ago,
you hear him smacking. He so doesn't want to do this. This is in the middle of the Me Too thing. Okay, he says a week ago. It's like smack dab in the middle. It's the height of this thing. He does not want to do this live stream. He turned off comments for it. The only time he's ever done that for his, again, these are his paying people. He's turning, this isn't a public video. This is behind the paywall and he's got the comments off. He doesn't want to hear it, but his female subscribers are raging mad.
Accusations came out against me. And these accusations were big, and these accusations were a lot, and these accusations were challenging for all of us, for the person making the accusations, for the people around that person, for the public, and for me. And I know that there's
he's making Mersh mouth sounds.
Kind of an assumption or an expectation of how I should respond. A lot of people said to me, why haven't you responded to these allegations right away? And the truth is, I didn't know what to say. And there's a lot of expectation of certain ways that I need to respond.
Pedo physiognomy, says my wife in chat. That is, listen, I'm not accusing him of being one, but 100% yes, he has the pedo smile. as Maddox put it.
These allegations that why don't you just own it and say you're sorry? And why don't you just do this? And I'm like, because right now, at the point when those allegations came out, and quite a bit recently too, I've been feeling trauma in my body. I felt trauma.
Really? Because I bet those women were feeling a little bit of trauma in their bodies too. It's always about him. He is so womanly.
And I know that there's a part of you that might go, Kyle, this isn't about you. Well,
oh, what the? Can you hear me? Are you in a time machine right now?
I'm going to start by telling you what I know.
By the way, hit that like button. Let's get 100 likes on this.
I can only,
because this is the video that Kyle Cease does not want you to see. I am risking my channel playing this right now. No joke. He is not fucking around with this shit.
only tell you what was in my body and talk about what I'm learning through this. I know that my body was.
All right, you hear that? So he's about to be on the verge of some very bizarre facial movements. Some tics are about to break through here because he's caught. It's bad.
In trauma when I read the accusations.
And he's got excuses. He's got some very bizarre excuses, but he's got them.
And I know that if I responded from a place of trauma, it wouldn't bring love to the table. It wouldn't bring healing to the table. There was a lot of pain and a definite other side to the story that I hadn't even had a chance to bring to the table.
Ooh, wait, did he do one just then? Let me watch that one more time. Let's watch that back real quick here. I think we just got our first official snort.
I hadn't even had a chance to bring to the table.
Okay, not quite there yet.
And even though a lot of people have an opinion about this, there's still only two people who were there.
Me and Kyle.
And we both have different sides to the story.
Mine is true, yours is false. All right, do you see it? Again, this version of it, there are clearer versions of this video. Again, this is what we're left with. Maybe this is the reason he left it up, because this video is so compressed, you're not really seeing his horrifying facial tics.
I'm in a debate even if I want to say my side of the story. Because I, first of all, just want to make sure that I'm in a place of love for this entire thing.
Okay, you see that? It's starting to happen. He leans forward. You get a little bit of a, but it's not just a sniffle. He's not just got sniffles. It is a Tourette-style tic that's happening. There's actually a little bit of, there's some 24 karat AU gold going on in there as well.
I have autism. I can't help it.
Our events are called Evolving Out Loud.
Yeah, he's got Mersh's camera settings.
And the reason they're called that is because there is no part of me that sees me.
Kyle Cease actually exists in 420p.
As some reverend or some, therapist with all the answers. I see myself as someone who's doing these events too.
Okay. So I'll bring it back up on screen here for us to take a look at here. I'm a little worried about playing it full screen right now for too long.
I do these events live, and if you watch me on stage, you watch my inner child figure stuff out.
This is where it starts to disgust me. Listen, do I actually believe any woman ever about anything? No! Of course not. Women are dumb. Women, I said this on Twitter today. Women don't even know how to have fun. You ever seen a woman pretend to have fun? She's just pretending. Women fake having fun. They don't know how to actually do it. Everything a woman does is fake. It's bizarre. So do I actually believe any of these women? No, not a fucking chance. Do I believe Kyle Cease is a sex creep? Do I believe he's got sex creep tendencies? Do I believe he's got something percolating under the surface that's wrong? 100%. Leaves me in a tough place here.
If you watch me on stage, you watch my inner child figure stuff out.
But when he says that, the inner child shit, that's when I lose it. I can't. His excuse for potentially, maybe not extreme hugging a woman, let's call it. You can't say certain words on YouTube anymore. somebody called it R-wording, but I'm pretty sure that means he's retarding them. Maybe not struggle hugging a lady, but doing some improprieties, doing some real sex creep stuff to him. His excuse for that is that he's just a little boy at heart. Look at me, I've got a dimple. That's his thing. His whole thing, he's kid comedy. He thinks he's a little boy. And the sickest part of all of this is his sycophant cult members actually let him. They agree. The old women, the middle-aged spinsters in his YouTube audience, they're sitting there going, you are just a little boy, Kyle. We feel so bad for you. Pat, pat on the head, spin your propeller. Oops, you took off into the sky.
I know that we live in a world that says if a person's on stage, if a man is doing this, he's abusing his power. Let me tell you something. I never considered that.
I never considered myself a man.
I never.
Wait, did he just do it? I can't. I don't want to miss these sniffles. You have to see it at least once.
Using his power. Let me tell you something. I never.
There's a little bit. There's a half one.
Considered that. I never.
He's almost there.
Saw myself as someone in power.
I might need a better copy.
I see myself
of this
as opening my heart and showing you the biggest inner child that I can be.
It wasn't me, a grown man, who raped her, Your Honor. It was my inner child. And by the way, that is the perfect crime. You want the perfect crime? A child rapes an adult. Oh, I said the word. You're not allowed to say it. YouTube, I take that back. Listen, don't. Actually, Susan's gone, right? The network execs are gone. Pod Awful actually. Pirate Radio now. We're taking over the airwaves. We're doing it. This is, we own the streets. All right, we got shooters in these streets.
Showing you all of my intimacy, all of my open-heartedness.
No, thank you.
All of my freedom, every part of me.
Okay. That's what got you into this mess, Kyle. Keep those parts at bay. Ooh, there was a big one. Let's take a look at that real quick. Hang on. I don't know if he did the face or not, but there was definitely a snort.
All of my open-heartedness, all of my freedom, every part of me.
See, the compression on this one is really hiding.
To me, women have.
Let's do this. Oh, wait, hang on. That's a great line. Listen, this is a Rufio rant. Hang on.
My freedom, every part of me. To me, women have the power.
To me, women are bigger and stronger and have penises. To me,
they do. In my life, they have power.
Again, he now claims it wasn't his wife. He was living with a woman who's the mother of his child, and they were supposedly in love. Okay? While this is happening. But women have the power. They're
amazing and beautiful and wonderful, and I want to connect with them, and I hope that they don't not like me, and I hope they don't shame me, and I hope that.
Okay, well, too bad. All right, let's do this. Let's cheat. Let's just skip ahead because the video gets creepy in a lot of ways here. He's probably snorting real hard somewhere in the middle here. Where? Oh my God, is that where he's? Oh my God. All right, let's just go to where does he just get completely silent during? Yeah, all right. Hang on, let's go to right here, and I don't know what he's talking about here, but you'll see. It's getting nuts.
We can't see right now, but I will spend the rest of my life working on how to do that. I want to make it better.
Ooh, okay. There's some. Let's get that on the screen for you so you can see that fully. Watch very carefully. Again, the compression's hiding it a little bit. Watch his lip twitch. Watch his nose sniffle.
My life working on how to do that.
Ooh, you see it? Just the little hint of a. You see the nose right there? The nostrils flare.
I want to make it better.
And then that. He's doing that the whole video. This is just the one we've caught. He's doing that the whole video with his lips.
Working on how to do that. I want to make it better.
No, I do. Listen, guys, I promise you, I'm looking to make this better. My whole goal. No, listen. They say in poker, you've got to tell. You know, if you're bluffing, every guy's got to tell. Now, I'm not saying your lip going up into your eyeball is a tell, but it doesn't look good. It certainly doesn't look good for your apology Me Too video.
Truly. I want to make me better. I want to make me stronger.
Stronger than women.
I want to listen. I want to learn.
Oh, he just did it again. I don't know how well this is picking up on the one behind me here.
I want to listen. I want to
He goes, It's like he's chewing on cud.
learn, and I want to care about this. I care about this.
Is that like an abusing Adderall sort of thing? Maybe? Because I've seen a lot of streamers do it. You know, a lot of YouTube guys and streamers are all hepped up on legal meth. I wonder if that's part of it.
I'm sure there are a lot of people hurting.
Oh, he just did it again. It literally looks like the video is glitching when that happens. It doesn't look like reality.
I'm sure there are a lot of people hurting.
Oh my God. Doesn't that look like I just took a frame, like I went into Photoshop and I just select tooled this. I lassoed it and I just moved it up a couple pixels for an instant, just as a subliminal thing.
I'm sure there are a lot of people hurting.
Watch this, watch. Oh my God. How? That's one frame difference. Boom, 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 boom. This is truth, liar, truth, liar, truth, liar, truth, liar. Man.
I'm sure there are a lot of people hurting.
Oh my God. That is spookier looking than I remember it. Holy shit. Okay. But it gets worse. Oh, he just did another one. I didn't even let it go long
I'm
enough.
sure there are a lot of people hurting. And I care about this.
I'm gonna fuck some fucking titties.
I care about you.
I'm gonna come let me titty fuck you. Pussy.
And I care about me.
Come pussy. Okay. He says, I care about you and I want you to care about me. And then this happens. I'm just not going to say anything. You just have to deal with this the way we all did. The video's not frozen. The audio hasn't dropped out. That's right. He feeling himself. I'm not. It's just silent for this long. This isn't the only time in the stream he even does this. He's trying to make the glitches stop. This dude's wireframes, man. He's completely glitched. What a chode. He's coming. So he's just rocking back and forth in his chair. I mean, this is creepy. Again, live in the moment. You're paying to see this. You're not allowed to comment. You found out your guru, this master of enlightenment, is a Me Too guy. And you're watching this live. Is this live? It's live. And he's just sitting there going, baby, you want titty? Baby milky? Baby want milk? Still happening.
I'm really sorry.
Oh, okay. Ooh! And then he does a tell on himself. Watch that. He says he's really sorry, and then watch his mouth.
I'm really sorry.
His mouth almost flew off of his head. It's like it's a different part of his body than his head. He has it's Kyle Cease is to mouth what Brittany Venti is to eyes. Watch that again.
I'm really sorry.
His whole head almost flew off like a Rock'em Sock'em robot. A Pez dispenser. He telled his pants. So this is a Me Too guy. Women were sleeping with this guy. He fooled them. The guru shit worked. He fooled them. They didn't even care that his mouth is spazzing out. In fact, they probably liked it. You know? These ladies were spreading their legs for him. He probably went down there and went to town. They're like, oh my God, he's huffing my aroma. Oh my God. Kyle Cease eating you out, going down on your natural illustrations is like riding a washing machine that's off balance.
Please receive that.
No thanks. I'm good. He did it again. Hang on.
Please receive that.
Oh, I got it. Oh my God. I received it. Oh, I'm fucking receiving you. Unless I have control of your TV set. Are you receiving me? Good.
Please receive that not only from me, but to allow yourself to release yourself from anyone who's ever hurt you.
But mostly you, right? I mean, anyone who's ever, but what about you? Because you're the kind of focus here. You're the story of the day. You're the talk of the town, the belle of the ball, the cock of the walk. No, I won't receive it. I won't be one of your victims. I'm not afraid anymore.
I'm on this planet for one reason and one reason only: growth.
Well, okay, that's not the best word to say there, to be honest. Any other word probably would have been better than growth at that point.
So I guess 2.
Okay, so this just keeps going. You get the idea. This is the video that Kyle Cease does not want you to see. We got to do something with this video. We got to make it so everyone sees this video. Kyle sees it. Because Kyle is now issuing, once again, cease and desist. I mean, it's right there. The pun is right there. We've used it before. This is Kyle Cease and Desist Part 2. I don't know what else to say. It's insane. We have to put this video somewhere. We have to put the high quality version of it too, so you really get all the nuances of how disgusting he is. And this has to go back up on YouTube. I need everybody out there. You've got a YouTube account. It doesn't matter. Most of you aren't making a living off of YouTube, right? Put this video up. Where do I want chat? Let me know where you want this uploaded so you can easily grab it. I've got it on Vimeo. It's already on BitChute as well. It's still on YouTube in some places. We got to make this happen so that you guys can get this up there. It's got to be too difficult for him to get rid of these. And remember to use the hashtag cease and desist, hashtag me too. Kyle Cease, the video Kyle Cease doesn't want you to see. All of that. We need all of that in the metadata, all of that in the title. It's got to happen because now Kyle is doing a brand new stream. Here we are years later. The video quality has very much improved. And Kyle is finally addressing it publicly. Remember, that video wasn't public. Kyle's addressing it publicly. He wants you to know that he's got nothing to hide. And suddenly the story starts changing. Isn't it interesting that the day before he puts out this video, he removes his actual thoughts from the time. Now he's going to tell you what his thoughts were with rose-tinted glasses, with the help of hindsight. Kazaa. Put it on Twitch, put it on Kazaa. This is a proxy through Cozy. This video belongs on the golden disc. I don't have a YouTube. Very good. All right, so we're going to get this up there because, like I told you, it took, what was it, 2-3 years now before we got a response from him. But here we go, an hour and a half long response. Pod Awful is mentioned in this, maybe not by name, but it's unmistakable. We do get Voldemorted, and the videos that everybody uploaded have been bothering him that whole time. He has no reason to make this unless he's got some big move he's trying to make in his life and he needs this just gone from the internet and he thinks this is the way to do it. This is the worst way to do it. Ladies and gentlemen, we're introducing Kyle Cease to the Streisand effect. Let's take a look. Okay.
Hey, everybody.
What?
So good to see you today. I'm emotional today.
Okay, off to a bad start. Audio is not great. I think that's about to clear up. He's already crying. Oh, you're emotional? Yeah, I bet you're about to reveal all your mistakes and crimes.
Hi, everybody. It's so good to see all of you. Thank you so much for being here.
You know what? I have a feeling we're going to get a lot of sniffles, a lot of lip twitches. I think it's time to introduce you to a new feature of the Pod Awful Moonbase. Ladies and gentlemen, we've called for years the TV over my shoulder. We refer to it as the big board. Let's throw that up on the big board. Well, I have a surprise for you. This TV I bought as a joke to make fun of Mersh. This is not the big board. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to the new Pod Awful big board. That's better. We should be able to see a little bit of this going on now. Let's take a look at what Kyle's got to say, shall we? Ooh, he's deep in thought.
I am in some kind of final stages.
Okay, not a great way to start things off, gotta be honest. Holy fuck, LMAO. Holy shit. Dear God. Fuck yes. Shit. Holy shit. Whoa. Nice. People are enjoying the Pod Awful big board. Okay. Thank you very much. H2BH. Welcome to the big board.
Saying goodbye to an inner child.
And by the way, there's so many secrets hidden behind the big board. Just a screen. Behind the screen. We've got so many secrets to unveil over the coming weeks.
There have been so many things.
Mersh bought a 55-inch TV, by the way. 65-inch for a joke. Ladies and gentlemen, the big board. Actually, let's just do it one more time. Yeah! It's the big board. Okay. So it's almost too big, they say. It is. I agree with you. I went too big. I built the big board way too big.
In my life that I've been.
I only want the show in big board format from now on. Guys, we gotta go back to the video. We can't all be about the big board. I'm very excited about the big board, obviously. I love the big board. We gotta go back to this.
That I've been holding on to, and I've just been on a hike and hearing God say,
what? Wait a second, did I miss something? Now we're about God and stuff. Hang on, did I accidentally skip ahead here? Let's roll it all the way back. Okay, weird beginning, very strange. By the way, looking like a straight up Super Mario 2 turnip.
so good to see you today. I'm emotional today.
What? Can't you imagine Toad just walking over top of him and going, what?
Hi, everybody. It's so good to see all of you. Thank you so much for being here.
Oh, I feel like he's actually looking right at me. This is creeping me out. The big board might have been a mistake. Might have to get rid of the big board.
I am in some kind of final stages of saying goodbye to an inner child.
Okay, great. So we're not going to use the excuse of that you were a little tiny boy when this happened, right? Because you are 48 years old or something like that. I mean, the hair, the thinning hair on top is enough to say, if you were a child, if you're a boy, you have grandpa's disease. What's that called? Progeria. You're Benjamin Buttoning.
There have been so many things in my life that
this is at life size, by the way,
that I've been holding on to, and I've just been on a hike and hearing God say,
take a hike. Hear God say, take a hike. He took it too literally, it sounds
you're
like.
Free. You're free to release what you're holding on to. And
oh, God, he wasn't talking about, you know.
Later today, my
intention,
my plan is to make a video of some really big stuff I went through that you guys don't know about.
Actually, we've got a pretty good idea about this stuff.
And I'm planning to do that today. Out of love, out of healing, out of feeling that I've
am I allowed to play
held
this
a
one,
lot
by
of
the way?
shame in my body.
I'm probably going to get a copyright strike for this.
And it's like ready to go.
Oh, okay. It's only been 3 years. Took a while.
And
really worked up the courage on this one.
One of the things that I'll tell you right now that I've learned is the difference between the truth that everyone knows externally and the truth. And there's two truths. There's the truth of like, this happened and this happened and this is what you said and this and it's
AKA
so small
the
to me.
Actual truth, right?
And then there's the truth.
Oh, wait,
which is God.
Oh, okay. So,
and I've been put in some really challenging situations in my past.
You were put in them. You're the
I
victim.
will talk about. I really think it's important that you
guys. Kyle was victimized by these women. This is the claim. This is awesome. If it wasn't Kyle, I would be 100% on this guy's side. Yeah, actually, the women fucked my life up by doing this.
I will talk about the specifics of those later. But I'm really excited about how I spent the last 3 years with those things.
Okay, and we're just going to sit in silence again here, apparently.
To God.
It sounds like Kyle's about to go to Jewish heaven. God's
like
not too happy.
This stuff is so big. Because I've never.
Oh, wow. I like that. In the chat, they say he did an inner child sacrifice.
I've never got to bring anything to light. And it's starting to come out now. But it needed to be heard by God versus be in some kind of like.
What did you write him, a letter?
Defense or protection.
3 years? Is God in prison?
The only truth isn't that everyone else gets it.
This is crazy.
It's that it's heard. Like in your body, there's things you want someone else to hear, and that's in the way of you hearing it. And I've gone through being really attacked and falsely accused of shit in the past.
Oh, it was
And
fake.
no
So
one-
he apologized in the past for something that didn't happen. He was kidding. Why did the videos have to go down yesterday? Why were they hit simultaneously? Because he's now a false accusation victim. He apologized for these false accusations, but trust him. God, hey, listen, God's on his side. I don't remember him ever talking about God before, by the way. This God part is kind of a new wrinkle in the old dimple. It's a new dimple on the butthole head of this story.
What really happened? Even saying this is so huge. While there's still stuff to own, like no one knows what really happened. Like I've held it for 3 years.
By the way, if you look very deep into the blurry background there, you'll see Kyle with his daughter, his child, I don't know. We'll learn more about the relationship going on between them and the mother of that child here in a minute, I'm pretty sure. But imagine seeing your dad do this ever, in any regard, ever. If you, and by the way, it's on the internet. This is now somewhere where not just you can see it, anyone can see it. And they can see it forever. Nobody. This will never be hidden. Again, these are the videos that Kyle doesn't want you to see. This is the video that little Cease doesn't want you to see. This is the video that no child should ever. If my dad, like, I can't even picture my dad crying. The idea of it is so absurd to me. Seeing a grown man, and by the way, Kyle kind of looks like my older brother. I have an older brother. They have a slight resemblance, and my older brother kind of looks like my dad. Seeing this makes me feel so disgusted by all of this. If you walked in on your dad crying like this, you'd rather have seen him masturbate. You would rather see him on the toilet taking a shit with a Playboy out, an old Playboy. There's Bush in the centerfold, and just absolutely red-faced, beating it till he scrums. You would rather see that all day long than see the absolute destruction of a man's testosterone that we're getting a hold of right here. This is absolutely vile.
And I've had so much hate thrown at me. And I've had so many people not know and throw all their shit on me and not look at themselves and how they contributed to it.
It was you. Why didn't you think about me when I was me tooing you? It was you. I would divorce my dad.
And I've spent 3 years.
That would be horrifying. This is hilarious. You're really not thinking. Maybe you got a shitty dad, actually. I don't know. If you're all right, listen, to the products of divorce, forget what I just said. And I know that's a multitude of you out there. Forget what I just said. But if you have a good dad, you know, then it would kill you to see him like this. And by the way, not over your mom dying. That would be okay. He's not doing this over top of a casket. He's doing this because he slept with too many ladies. And everybody found out. Dad, please. Just get on the toilet and masturbate. I swear.
3 years ago, I almost killed myself 3 times.
Oh!
I got excited, very excited to see all of this.
Oh my God, I have bonitis.
Thanks. So, okay. This just took a turn. This new, again, we're adding a dimple. We've got 3 dimples now on this. Kyle tried to take vitamin S all over Pod Awful's bullying. Now, everybody always asks me, Jesse, what would you do if that happened? And my answer is always, I don't care. It's got nothing to do with me. That's a choice you're making. I can't force you to do that. I'm interested to know the method, though.
I was on an overpass.
And? Yeah, I go over an overpass every time I drive. And? You mean you were walking? What, did you pull over? You got out? What do you mean you almost, by the way? Almost only counts when you're committing S with hand grenades, from what I understand. Horseshoes and hand grenades. That's where almost committing S counts. Overpass? I've never heard that one. Did he mean at Passover?
Going to an airport.
Going to an airport.
Because someone was just going to make something up about me.
Okay, this is getting a little crazier. So now the claim is he knew ahead of time that someone was going to false me to him. So he went to an airport to try to run away from it. And on his way, he said, nope, I have to dramatically girl myself out of this world. It's time for vitamin S. Overpass style. Overpass is like, that's so dramatic too. Why overpass? There must be 100 better and easier ways to do it than overpass. That's, you want it to be seen and you want to get talked down. And since I didn't hear about this in the news, I'm guessing you never even climbed onto the guardrail. I don't think there was any sort of negotiator showing up going, you have so much to live for. And when he goes, like what? And the negotiator has to turn to the other guy and go, I don't know. What the fuck do I say? I don't know. You look like a chipmunk. Is that anything? Or is that good enough? So I didn't see this part coming. Didn't think it got this serious. But at the same time, I kind of think it still didn't get this serious. And I'm pretty sure he said almost. So I think we're in the clear.
And I was so scared. I've had people my whole life not say a whole story. And I've done everything I could to both keep my business going and keep my truth going and keep everything going while going.
Yeah, listen, one of the most important things you can do when you're accused of something like this is keep your truth going. Unfortunately, Pod Awful was there every step of the way.
Inward and still facing what I needed to face.
By the way, that's him going out of focus. His camera is so embarrassed by what's happening that it keeps taking him out of focus. It's like, go to the one with him with the little kid. Oh, look, he's actually being a dad. Focus on that, quick. He's got his YouTube plaque over there. I only just saw that. That's his YouTube plaque over next to that. Because he's got 1 million subscribers or whatever.
Up a bridge.
Wait, what was that?
Good to both keep my business going and keep my truth going and keep everything going while...
Yeah, my truth equals a lie.
Going inward and still facing what I needed to face. I almost jumped off a bridge.
He says it again, just in case you didn't catch it. Hey, guys, he almost jumped off a bridge. I mean...
And Mary called me. It just heard me.
Mary. I didn't even notice. That's Mary Fast, the woman we were talking about. So the one who filed the copyright claims is the one who talked him down. And again, he was never up there. Walking across a bridge, it does not mean, like, that's not the same thing as almost.
And shame me or be mean to me.
Edward James almost.
She just heard me. It was like the only one that
He tried to jump off of 3 bridges. Yeah.
heard me. Like everyone was mad at me. Everyone was like, and the combination.
This is crazy. This is how a teenage girl behaves. This man is 50.
Of Mary and having Vivi as my daughter, like, saved me, but I was so close.
This video might make her go inspect a couple of bridges.
And I had a bunch of people that like said Kyle has borderline personality disorder and Kyle's a narcissist and Kyle's this horrible person. And I went to therapists and they were like, you're not.
Oh, okay. Wow. Clean bill of health, guys. He checked the logs. Everybody's saying I'm bad. So I talked to a guy. He said, nah, you're fine.
They were like, no one comes to us when they are. And I've been triangulated against.
What? Did Mersh have something you've been triangulated against? Bones to make us feel good. This guy's getting triangulated. Wait, how do you get triangulated against? What does that mean?
And there's a ton of stuff.
This man's getting triangulated. What does that mean? They had to search for you across every bridge in town? Check every overpass. He could be there thinking about it.
Me to own too.
We have to triangulate him.
But like everything was the best I knew, you know? And there's something about this event or this time or whatever that like.
Did somebody say triangulate?
The event we just did, bringing darkness to light.
Darkness enveloping me.
Has brought so much in my life to light, and it's brought so much in my body to light.
Oh my God, I don't know. Did you see that? Hang on a second. He's like whispering to himself into the mic though. Like you can't, there's no sound, but you can see him saying stuff like prepare.
So much in my body to light.
He's talking to himself.
Whoa.
What? Yeah. Whoa. What is happening right now? Whoa. This dude. Are we watching a man get triangulated right now?
Whoa.
Okay. The Gooniverse keeps smashing into itself permanently. It's very bizarre. Whoa, I need to get that as a sound drop. Can somebody clip that? Whoa. And here we go. Quiet time. Panicking. He can't open his eyes. He can't look us in the camera. Oh, his mealy mouth lips, those worms he has for lips. So disgusting. It's like looking at a gay guy's puckered butthole. Not that I would know.
Oh my God.
Method of murder triangulation. His lips are like two grub worms trying to mate. He's triangulating.
Like, it was funny to me. I just heard this voice go, everybody take a deep breath. Like, it'd be so funny if I...
Oh, yeah, I'm not crazy. I talked to the doctor. I hear voices. Oh, of course I hear voices. I mean, I hope that's not a big deal. Hey, I hear voices. But the doctor said I'm not a narcissist. Would a narcissist go to the doctor and ask? I rest my case. Triangulation complete. Brandon Marshall is jerking off to this video. Yeah, if you don't know, we've got another goon, old goon named Brandon Marshall, who copied everything from Kyle. He's like a mini Kyle. He must be yeah, you're right. He's absolutely he's mealy mouthed too. He's probably, could you imagine if he had a big board? Brandon would be up against this big board trying to put his lips on Kyle's. Feel better, my love.
Spent last weekend
I'll triangulate you.
holding a lot of stuff.
Okay, could you don't put that there.
And while I want to be there for every person in my life, everything I held for everyone else is clumped up and it came out.
This dude clumping. Hercules, Hercules, Hercules. He's talking to himself again. Oh my God, dude, come on. Some of us are running a show here. Fair use, by the way.
I love you guys so much.
I'm good. Thanks anyway, man.
There's like 2 audiences in my life.
Oh man, that is so much truer than you have any idea.
There's the people I can make a YouTube video for.
Uh-huh.
It can't be as intimate as this. Like it can.
I hate his
I
mouth.
can't get there because I have a major.
Okay. You know what? We might need to do a little something here. I mean, that mouth is disgusting. The turnip shaped head. Ladies and gentlemen, I wasn't going to do it, but maybe you deserve it. Another brand new feature of the Pod Awful Moon Base. You had no clue this was happening. You may remember a little feature of Pod Awful called the Telestrator. Well, allow me to introduce you to the new and improved Pod Awful Telestrator.
I got excited, very excited to see all of this.
All right. So, first of all, let's just go ahead and do this one right here and bring that around. That, of course. And then we just go like this. Sorry to the audio only people, but you know we got to do it to them. And give them a little smile here. And it makes the noise of womp. All right. So I've just been thinking about that this whole time. We had to do it. Bwomp. Please picture yourself pressing B over top of this man's head and then throwing it at a shy guy. There you go. Bwomp, of course. All right, what else we got here? The Telestrator. Wow, very good. What the hell was that? I don't know what that sound was. What did I just do? Oh, am I hitting a button with a mic? Probably. Yeah, this is one of the problems is I got a keyboard and a mic and a Telestrator. It's actually too much stuff. Let me get rid of the keyboard here for a second. Okay, so first of all, let's focus in here on the lips. Really focus on those for a second. They are disgusting. They are mealy. Now, I'm just going to leave his lips alone here, and I want you to picture this. Just look over top of it here. Okay, now there's one butt cheek. There's the other butt cheek. Do you see what I'm talking about here? There's sort of an anal nature to Kyle's mouth. All right. Now, I'm not saying what this is. This could be anything. I'm not saying what that is, but, you know, you see what I'm talking about, right? So we have to illustrate that a little bit here. And then also, let me, let's actually, can I play it still? No, I can't play it like that. So I'm still learning the Telestrator myself. Let's hide that for a second. Let's go to this.
Major empathetic heart. And I can feel where the collective is.
Okay. So of course he's got these teeth too. You can always see it. Let me bring the Telestrator back up. Let's bring this here. So this is what Maddox calls the pedo smile. Again, I'm not accusing him of anything, but one end goes up this way, the other end goes down that way. That's how you always can tell. It's physiognomy, people. It's that direction. One side up, one side down, like they're hiding a little secret. It's not a little secret. It's a big secret about a little guy. And so that's another thing we need to point out here about Kyle. He does have that smile. His lip, of course, is constantly twitching. You can feel it.
You see, what's got to happen is his lips got to go up this way, and then his nose goes up, and he does a sniff, okay? Now, when he sniffs,
all right. And then, what else we got here? You know what? Let's just go ahead and do it. Why not? Again, I don't know what this is. necessarily a drawing of here, but could be anything. Stupid microphone. All right, so I just want to do a little bit of telestrating there. His face was just bothering me. I had to stop listening to him for a second. Now how do I gotta figure this out still myself. I know there's a way to do this where let's see here.
And then I feel where you are, what we established together, and what we are together.
He just wiped himself of it.
It's so weird. I don't know what you feel about this, but as I've held space for you, you guys hold space for me. I just feel like
I hate
even though
these
you're
terms.
a group of people, you're like one giant best friend that I can go to.
No.
On Sunday
and stop
Wednesday.
using these female terms. Hold space.
Every team member I have serves such a purpose. But
be there.
I just want to acknowledge
we have other
there
words
are a few
for this.
Team members I feel like I can open to, and I understand. Everyone's wonderful, but like there's a way that I can get this out this way with Mary and a couple others, and we're all working on everything. I love everyone, and I'm just kind of noticing, like, just to say what I said was the next step. And
it looks particularly bizarre when he goes out of focus, but this stays right in focus.
I noticed how much that what I need to say has to be heard internally first.
Ooh, did you see it? It's starting to happen. The Twitch is happening. He should actually be streaming this on Twitch. I think that platform was made for him. Watch the lip.
Be heard internally first.
There it is. It's like when you get a little piece of broccoli stuck in your teeth and you kind of move your lip over without. It's a whole lip action.
Because otherwise it's defense. Right? Like defense is your side without you hearing it. It's you wanting other people's ego to hear it.
Like if you go to a therapist and ask him to tell you you're not a narcissist. Oh, God. And now we're back to this. He's looking for God to tell him the answer. This is his new thing. He actually, the John Edwards thing I said earlier, scrap that. He's psychic now. He's talking to God. This is new. He didn't do this before. I don't even know that he believed in God before.
It's so weird. I feel like I really feel like I just purged the whole thing. I'm sure more will come up, but
it doesn't sound good when you've got this blue Yeti hanging out in front of you. Listen, Kyle, you might feel that way, but what about the ladies who are involved?
I promise you I'll share everything as it comes up. But I went through a lot, but it just feels so irrelevant right now.
Yeah, it's been 3 years. Agreed.
Just I'm noticing how much now is louder. I just noticed this, like, let me in. Don't worry about it for a second.
Oh.
One thing I feel like talking about is I think this is the right thing to talk about, but empathetic energy holds for others what people did to them.
I promise he will at some point stop trying to hide in this miasma of girl terms. I mean, he's going to keep using them, but he will eventually actually talk about this stuff in this video.
And narcissistic.
He has to build up the courage. That's what's really happening. That's why he was bawling, crying like the little baby he is.
Energy holds what you did. I think this is what it was saying to me, is like, I feel in my body that in my past.
He's so boring his camera can't focus. Oh, there it was. Another lip movement. So he's about to lie. Here we go. Listen to this part. He's going to lie.
was saying to me is like, I feel in my body that in my past.
There was. All right. So here we go. Lie time. This is a lie.
To avoid conflict, because I think truly, I think as a child, my inner child was severely beaten for something I didn't do.
Hang the fuck on. Stop the presses. Hold your horses. Did I just hear what I think I just heard? His inner child, when he was a child, got beaten. So you got imaginary beat. Number one, you don't have an inner child when you are a child, unless you're getting entered as a child, which I don't even want to think about. So did he just make up trauma? I mean, listen, I've heard it happen. I've heard about some genetic trauma getting made up before, but this is
to avoid conflict, because I think truly, I think as a child, my inner child was severely beaten for something I didn't do.
Who's beating him? You? As a kid?
And I've had a life of that being my biggest fear, being accused of something I didn't do, or a misunderstanding of the intention, or a lack of understanding of the other side of it. Here's an example. When I was in my 20s and I was a stand-up comic, there was a comedian. I did a bit.
Okay, now how this relates back to stand-up comedy, I can't wait to see. I hope it does in some way. But I have a feeling, despite his doctor's prognosis, we might be getting into a little narcissistic territory. I have a feeling that really this has nothing to do with anything, and he wants to talk about when he was famous.
Did a bit where I ended.
This is like Dick Masterson talking about his days on Dr. Phil.
My act with a montage. Meaning like it was really funny. I would do my act and then I would end with...
Oh, if I do say so myself. Again, let me check with your therapist real quick. Hey, doc, him thinking it was really funny, this stupid idea, this stupid hack bit he had, not narcissistic? Okay. He paid you how much? And you go to his Evolving Out Loud class? Okay.
This montage where I was like, we had a lot of fun, and they would slow motion, slow music played, and I remember that.
I remember that from his stand-up.
Redo the moments. It was at the end of my half-hour special. It was so funny. And one day, a comic said, just so you know, this other comic does it. Now, I never saw the comic.
Oh, he moved the mic. Come on, man.
I never saw the comic ever. And he came up to me like a couple days later, like looking for me and going, "You're doing my bit." And in my body, it wasn't my bit. So
it is a hack bit.
I'm sorry, it wasn't his bit. We both wrote it, but why is it a given I have to throw it out? And he said, you have to toss it, you know? And I really didn't know what to do because it didn't feel fair. And I talked to Tom Wilson. It was my friend that was Biff in Back to the Future. And Tom Wilson goes,
okay, he's humble bragging. He's dropping This is about him me tooing a woman or not. And now we've got Biff in the picture.
Well, you tell him, and this was a weird moment because he goes, you tell him that I've done that bit. I did that bit in the 70s and I'm giving it to you. And
so you stole it from your friend Biff? Okay.
I told him
that. And by the way, add that to the 9/11 conspiracy stuff with Back to the Future. Kyle Cease is now part of that.
And that didn't work. And one day we kind of left it weird. And I was going to do my Comedy Central half-hour special. It's on my half-hour special. Don't watch Weird or Black or Dimpler, but if you want to see something of my old stand-up, the half-hour special in 2006.
Now he's plugging. This is, if there was one thing to plug, wouldn't it be your hair? But no, we're now getting a 2006 stand-up special plugged in the middle of a video titled Kyle Cease, Me Too, What Really Happened, My Personal Story, My Life, which I guess the My Life does make that okay. By the way, I don't know how well you guys can see this right now, but the title of the video here, where he puts Me Too, he's very careful about the way he writes it. It's not hashtag Me Too, all one word. It's me space lowercase 2. Don't want to accidentally get caught up in any algorithms. Don't want anybody finding any other videos you might not have falsely struck down yet. Me too. Oh yeah? Me 3.
And he calls me and he was like, I hear you're still going to do, because I was rehearsing it. And he was so mad, and he was mad at me. And this was my attempt to heal with him that backfired. And I was trying to create peace. And I said to him, I heard his anger and also sadness. It sounded like that bit meant the world to him. But my managers were like, screw it. You sincerely wrote the bit. You weren't stealing his bit. And I said to him, dude, this was truly a compassionate moment. I was like, why don't I give you money? Like, I'm going to give you money. And then the narrative spun to...
Now he's talking about how he's able to pay off other comedians. He's got money. Hey, I got money. Whatever. Here you go. How is this about you rubbing up on a lady in a distressful way?
I tried to...
Are we ever coming back to the future on that? I would like to climb into the machine with Biff and head on to 2015 when you started Me Tooing ladies.
Buy his bit, he wouldn't sell it, so I stole it from him. And that's been in my body. And I've heard Joe Rogan say, hacky comedian that tries to be a motivational speaker. And I know there's a narrative that I steal comedy. Now, I will tell you, when I was a young kid...
Where is this going? Where is any of this even coming from? This is crazy.
There was a comedian named Rodney Sherwood who was my biggest hero in stand-up comedy. And I, as a child, had no...
What, did he teach you how to... put Spanish fly in a lady's drink? Was his biggest hero Cosby?
No idea how to do stand-up comedy, and there was his essence where I would do the cheesy guy too. And he was this guy, the first comedy.
By the way, I know what he's talking about. His audience are grandmas. They don't know what any of this means. His essence, the cheesy guy. You didn't even explain who this was or what bit it is you were supposedly stealing.
Like, I really fell in love with would do this cheesy guy look. And I did that too. And, like, that was funny. And I'm not saying you can copyright a face, but I will say, if there's any comic that I looked up to, Rodney Sherwood, you know who that is, Shayna?
Oh, never mind. Okay. One of the grandmas Googled him, I guess.
He's my hero in Seattle. And I, as a child, like, definitely when you're creating, you're learning how to do it. Like at younger, I was doing Gallagher and his voice and stuff. So, but as I got...
Yeah, well, you weren't doing... I mean, listen, Gallagher had a little bit of an effeminate sort of, not lisp, but there was a lilt. There's a lilt to his voice. I don't know that you were doing Gallagher's voice so much as it is you are an effeminate little woman guy. I mean, it's nice of you to admit your influences here, but I'm not sure how much that was
more and more
a choice.
I was only writing my own stuff. But this narrative came that I tried to steal that guy's bit. And that was a very... By
the way, all the lip movements, all the snorting, the crying, that's all gone. He's in his safe space right now.
Good example of the I'm not seen. And
do you even know who Mitzi was?
And I'm being accused of something I didn't do. And the intention is often spun. I've had it in the past where there were women in my life that we both liked each other, or we hooked up, or we dated. And then later it just slowly fizzled off, or we had a deep connection just as friends. And then I felt this narrative almost like when they became a woman that I think I've heard this term, a woman scorned.
Wait, when they became a woman? So these were little kids? These were girls?
Spun what happened, spun the thing.
You wait, what kind of this is a crazy liar's move. Let's listen to that one more time.
Almost like when they became a woman that I think I've heard this term, a woman scorned.
You think you've heard the term a woman scorned? You've heard the term. But he is now trying to act like he is such a not Me Too guy that he's never even heard terms about women. What's that? A phrase about a woman, you say? Well, that must be a 5-cent. How do you do if I ever seen one? I mean, come on. What is it called again? A female scorn, something like that. A female put upon. I don't know. I've never even heard of it.
Spun. What happened? Spun the thing.
Yeah, a woman scorned is worth 2 in the bush. I think I've heard this before. You can lead a girl to water, but you can't make her suck cock. Something like that.
I've had a lot of people tell me everything that's wrong with me, and they don't own what's wrong in them. I've had a spiritual speaker in my past orchestrate and triangulate against me.
What? Did he just learn this word? Triangulate. Is this your word of the day calendar? What is well, he didn't learn the word. He's using it wrong every time. Triangulate against you. What do you think that means?
Orchestrate and triangulate against me.
Next time he does it, like, all right, in 6 years, we're all going to meet back here at Pod Awful when Kyle Cease has had his next biggest freak out about his Me Too moment. And we've all uploaded our videos and he's striking them all down. And he's going to be like, everybody's after me. They're rectangulating me. He's going to go up one. Well, they're circling in. It feels like a woman scorn. You've never heard of woman scorn, but you've heard triangulate.
So many. And triangulate against me.
And triangulate against us our trespasses as we triangulate ours who trespass against us, and lead us not into triangulation, but deliver us from 3-sided geometry.
So many different things. And they were things that he did.
Does he just think it's a cute word? Wait. So he's saying it was some other guy put this Me Too voodoo on him. He got hoodooed.
And they were things that he did. Like, I'm actually hearing for the first time out loud what actually happened.
Yeah, because you're making this up as you go along.
Because my goal has been for the world to see what happened. My hope was that the other side would confess. My hope was that, everyone else would say where they contributed.
You waited 3 years hoping
people in the
someone
world
else
in my
would
life
take the
just
heat.
say, here's what's wrong with you, Kyle, and not own anything on their side.
And here we go with Kyle not owning anything on his side.
So what I did was I would instantly own it. And my body would still hold the other side. Like, I would be like, I'm sorry about that, but what about your? And they'd be like, see, you're in defense. The amount of times I felt people that I was sitting there owning my shit, calling me a gaslighter or a narcissist. I know you know what I mean.
Okay. Number one, you're a man. Gaslighting's not real. Let me get this dick off the screen here real quick. I have to remove this image from the screen. I can't keep looking at it any longer. There ain't no such thing as gaslighting, Kyle. No such thing. You don't get to use these terms because you heard a lady say them. Because all the other the guru-esses, the goddesses get to say it. There's no gaslight. You're not gaslit. Narcissist. This is an interesting thing I've noticed about these people. They love this term narcissist. They all say narcissist. Everyone against them is a narcissist, and none of them are narcissists, even though they are gurus teaching you enlightenment. Somehow none of these people are narcissists. It's everybody else. Don't you gaslight me, Kyle. You're a narcissist. You can't get your therapist to tell me otherwise.
Was sitting there owning my shit, calling me a gaslighter or a narcissist. I know you know what I mean. Because as I
No, I do not. I will never know. No, gaslighting's not real. 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 Now do that to your girlfriend or wife every night before bed for the next 3 weeks and cure all your problems. You're in hell. You're in hell. You're in hell. Gaslight, gaslight, gaslight. Okay, back to the big board. I just had to do it.
I'm freeing myself, I'm not even thinking of shit like that. You're not in that world, but the ones that are like collectively triangulating, oh, that's a narcissist.
Wait a second! Gaslighters are now triangulating him? Who all has triangulated him? The people trying to stop him from committing S. The guy, he got personally, singularly triangulated, which I don't even know how that's possible. Singularly triangulated by the guy who put that hoodoo on him. And now gaslighters are triangulating on him.
You're not in that world, but the ones that are like
somebody needs to take this man's dictionary away from him.
Collectively triangulating, oh, that's a narcissist.
Triangulate. He even throws in there too quick. You almost don't even notice it. It's like he's subliminally triangulating me. Actually, somebody needs to give him a dictionary. He's still using it wrong, right?
You're not in that world, but the ones that are like collectively triangulating, oh, that's a narcissist. That's a narcissist. Well,
Ooh, is this a word gurus are now just using willy-nilly?
Wait a minute.
Willy Wonka.
You're not coming to me about an issue. You're collectively going to others.
Collectively go, yeah, well, you're being gang stalked. You're getting triangulated, for crying out loud. They're checking cell phone tower pings.
I've been through that my whole life. I have been through going up a spiritual ladder in myself and feeling the energy of collective people around me leaving. I mean, my whole life. When I was a stand-up comic as a child.
This guy doesn't know how old he is at any time in his life. As a child, you weren't a stand-up comic as a child.
And I moved to LA. I had a bunch of my best.
Oh yeah, I'm a kid. I'm moving to he put a bindle on a stick and said, "Bye, Ma. I'm off to do open mics."
Best friends get together. I can't believe all this is in here. I didn't even know I cared about this. Get together and just shit talk me. When I was a kid and I was winning in a stand-up comedy.
Oh my God. You can't triangulate me as a narcissist. Over. Anyway, I was winning at stand-up. How do you win at stand-up?
Competition in Seattle. I heard there was a night. I didn't know this was in here where the other...
Okay, here come the tears. This is going to be good. He's talking stand-up and he's about to cry. Something bad happened.
In Seattle, I heard there was a night. I didn't know this was in here where the other comedians got on stage and shat on me.
Now that's a show I'd pay for, especially if you had big fat Louis Anderson in there, you know? I'd like to see him take a nice big steamer of a turd on you. I'd like to watch him slime you. Did they all get around? Was it more of a glass bottom boat, or are we talking a full hot Carl? Get Roseanne Barr in there, and I'm talking classic Roseanne days, you know? Get a real Cleveland steamer going. I would love to see that.
There was a night. I didn't know this was in here where the other...
Get Gallagher to come in at the end, your hero, hit everything with a sledge-o-matic, sprays all over the audience.
Comedians got on stage and shat on me.
Wow, you guys are into some freaky stuff.
Like 40-year-old comedians were just shitting on this fucking 18-year-old that was beating them in a competition.
Beating them off.
And then
man.
I go to LA and everyone's mad at me there.
They're triangulating. You saw a lot of triangles that night.
And then I became a stand-up comic that was very successful, and people.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. I mean, you were in Not Another Teen Movie. I guess that's successful.
People like hate me there, and then come up with that I'm a hack. I'm not a hack.
So again, this is about a Me Too. This is about him Me Tooing a lady. I'm not a hack. You actually kind of are a hack. You stole from Bill Cosby. You stole, man, there's that one comedian with that terrible gimmick. The guy who would go around raping ladies at every tour stop. What was that guy's name? Vince Champ or something like that.
I'm unbelievably creative.
Well, yeah, I mean, just look at this.
Sometimes I'm going to just be
I'm unbelievably creative, not a narcissist.
honest with you. Sometimes I get really annoyed when I hear people talk about other legendary comedians and go,
other legendary comedians? I need a Zoom. Remind me to program in a Zoom. Other legendary
I got excited, very excited to see all of this.
So he's calling himself a legendary comedian. That is insane. Dude, you can't call yourself a legendary comedian. That's crazy to do that. Other legendary comedians. I mean, listen, if you go through the triangulation Illuminati shit on ritual, I guess that is how you become a famous comedian. I guess that makes sense. You think Louis C.K. didn't do that? That was his favorite part. He didn't even want to be a comedian.
Sometimes I get really annoyed when I hear people talk about other legendary comedians and go, that comedian does 1 hour a year. Yeah, you know what? I can do 6-day events off the cuff.
He's talking about his guru events. He just compared himself. I said this jokingly, Louis C.K. He's comparing himself to Louis C.K. That's who does an hour a year. And he's talking about evolving out loud. He's talking about an event where he goes on stage and cries in front of grandmas. That's it. Wow, you can do that off the cuff? I see that. I'm watching you do that now.
Sometimes I go through that. Like, oh, that's amazing that you saw Robin Williams. He did 2.5 hours. Do you know what I just did last weekend? Last week.
He's claiming he's better than Robin Williams. Speak ill of the dead, by the way. He's claiming he's better than Robin Williams. A dude who, by the way, didn't almost commit S. You want to talk about commitment. Robin Williams was committed. He was a method actor. He was studying for the part of his son in the movie World's Best Dad. They were gonna do a sequel where he plays the kid, a remake where he plays the kid. I'm better than Robin Williams. Imagine Robin Williams never had to become a guru. I'm just going to point that out. Robin Williams died at the height of fame. Absolute. It was the most shocking thing that ever happened to any stand-up comedian. Everybody devastated. Not one person with a bad thing to say. Not even Coco the gorilla. Funny man dead. Funny man dead. Robin Williams, you're better than him. Okay, that's strong. Oh, captain, my captain? I don't think so. Kyle C. stays seated during Dead Poets Society. Oh my God, look, I've got a dimple. I'm doing 6 hours. Hi, Grandma. I'm Popeye.
I stood on stage and let 16 hours of the best content just come through my body.
And all over these women you Me Too.
I get shit, and it's funny, and it just comes through ad-libbed. And I get shit from people.
Yeah, that's called crowd work. That's not like the best stuff, man. By the way, any black guy can do that. Not even comedians. They just all do it.
Cool. that almost have this energy of there's no way that's real. There's a setup. People think that the audience members are plants that we put there. You know they aren't.
I don't know. And everybody there is like one of your people. It easily could be a plant.
It's almost like they don't believe that's possible. And I'm sitting here going, I believe in you. And they're going, I don't believe in you. And I need you to own what I don't believe in you.
And again, you raped a lady or no? What happened with that? So now we got to plug in for his events. Come to an event more amazing than Robin Williams doing a set.
Well, to those people, I don't.
By the way, 6 hours? I'd rather 1 hour of really shitty stand-up than 6 hours of whatever you have on offer.
I don't need to own shit with you. Because I'm owning it with God and I'm healing it with God. Like there's this woman that posts stuff constantly about crap from 3 years ago that doesn't know anything about it. And she's like, you need to own. I'm like, why do I need to own to you anything? Why do I owe you about your trigger? Whatever I am to you is your trigger with your dad or something like that. I don't even know you.
So he can smell that. Basically, he just admitted he can smell it on you when you got daddy issues. He can sort of triangulate that on you, ladies. Watch out. Kyle knows what he's looking for. It's like blood in the water, chum in the water.
I need to own you. Look inside of yourself.
You're about to get pwned.
And then
we're bringing pwning back, by the way.
And when I say that, I'm called a gaslighter. He doesn't own it. He's saying it's my fault. No.
But his mouth is really, the mealiness of the mouth, it's really starting to, you know what, let me just try this for a second here. I'm gonna call an audible here. Oop, a little too far. Yep, there it is. Oh God. And just really get in there. Yeah, that seems good.
Own your shit. I don't need to hold your shit anymore.
Yeah, not after that one time when he was a kid on stage. I mean, Louis Anderson is dead, so obviously, and Robin Williams is dead. Bill Cosby is still kicking, but he's probably a mentor. Yeah, he doesn't have to hold shit anymore. Oh, he's licking them lips, checking them twice.
I apologize for making the mistake of thinking that people who were safe to have a romantic connection with in the past were, and learning later they weren't, that they wanted money.
So now, okay. So now our Me Too lady, who I spoke to, by the way, who I have talked to about this supposed event, this alleged event between her and Kyle Cease. Now his claim is that she wanted cash. How do you even get money for secretly sleeping with Kyle Cease, who he's about to claim he's never even been married? How do you get money for that? There's no blackmail there then. And by the way, she just came out and told everybody. She ruined your career. Your way of making money was potentially going to be ruined, which means she wouldn't have a way to come collect.
I apologize for... I own times where I was scared other people wouldn't understand. So I said, can we agree to be quiet about stuff?
He's admitting to doing hush money. That's something, by the way, that you want to keep hushed. Just stay hushed when it comes to hush money.
Because other people that I felt couldn't handle the truth would hurt me. And I was right.
You can't handle the truth.
I apologize for...
Because I'm lying.
Asking for that and you agreeing for that. Can this be private? I apologize.
I apologize for paying you to keep this private. Yeah, I mean, good point. Okay, I can't keep looking at him this giantly, so we're gonna kick it back over to the making fun of Mersh screen. The mocking Mersh TV. Okay, here we go. It's a little out of focus though. We gotta fix that. Hang on a second. Sorry, gotta do this. We're still figuring this out. What is it, like that? Yeah, that's a little bit better. All right, let's kick it over there. We can put it back in a second if we have
For
to.
asking for my sex life to be private. I apologize for that. And then
Asking for your sex life to be private. I'm sure the lady wanted her sex life to be private too, but hey, what's wrong with a guy paying a little money to keep his sex life under wraps, huh? Judge, tell me, where did I go wrong? I give her cash. I say, this is just between you and me. It's our sex life. And she goes blabbing to everybody that I triangulated her.
I apologize for cheating in the past.
In the past? Yeah, well, it's looking like, I mean, listen, I can't tell you. This kind of starting to look like a bachelor pad here in the background. I think the past is the only place you could have cheated.
Truly. When we were having a very tumultuous...
Yeah, lock him up. Lock him up. He is pulling sort of a Donald Trump.
Am I being detained?
Yeah, you are being detained, as a matter of fact.
Lost relationship. I apologize with all my heart for that.
Okay, so now he's in deep thought, which means he must be finally considering, like, okay, I guess I have to actually talk about the topic. We're 23 minutes in, and he's just given his plugs, his CV, he's name dropped, but we haven't heard too much about the Me Tooing. So now he's got to swallow his pride. Now we got to really get into it. This is going to be tough.
I apologize for talking crap to a person privately about another speaker that I didn't feel safe with. And it turned out I was right.
That's like the way I apologize to a girl. Sorry for being right. Oops. Oh, I guess I'm sorry. Oh, yeah. Sorry for turning out I was right. Saying you didn't feel safe with somebody. You're a grown man. You didn't feel safe with somebody? Carry a gun. Any day now, Kyle.
You know,
he's rehearsing it in his head. That's what he's doing. You can see his mouth moving. He's rehearsing the next thing he says in his head. Like, does this sound like anything? Is this going to work? And that's a very stand-up thing. He's sitting there claiming, like, you know, I'm able to riff for 6 hours and it's greater than Robin Williams. But like, in reality, stand-up's got to write everything down. They can't riff. Everything is fake with a stand-up. They're like rappers. I don't know. People don't seem to realize this. I got into an argument on Twitter about this. Rappers are never freestyling. Almost ever. If they are, here's how you know when they're freestyling. When it's bad. Rappers and stand-up comedians cannot freestyle. They can't come up with stuff off the dome. They pre-write stuff, and then what they're good at is pretending like they're making it up in the moment. That's the stand-up's entire magic trick, is they are able to say the same shit over and over and over again as if they'd never said it before. That's it. That's their entire bag of tricks. Kyle is pre-writing stuff and then saying it, and now he's doing it. He's doing it in the moment, but you can see him pre-writing it. Hey, if I say this, what if I said triangulate again? Okay, I can't. I probably got 2 more triangulates maximum, and they're going to start questioning. And then he starts talking.
A lot of desire that we all have for the truth to get out about narratives about the government.
Whoa! About Sandy Hook.
And what they're doing.
The government? Did you Me Too the government? That would explain the way Joe Biden behaves.
Really believe my content. One thing I hear all the time is he doesn't live his content.
That's something you hear all the time. I've never even heard that phrase in my life. He doesn't live his content.
And I do. Whoops. Oh, shit.
Man, I wish I had the dick up still for that. He just knocked his mic over.
This is my content. I love that I just did that. This is my.
Did he just fake knock over the mic to seem like he's like a klutzy? Oh, this is me living my content.
Doesn't live his content. And I do. Whoops. Oh, shit.
No. See, he's about to tell you, like, see, look at me. I'm not always perfect. He fake knocked over his microphone. He's trying to relate. He thinks he's God. He thinks he talks to God. He thinks he's better than Robin Williams. I'm not saying Robin Williams is God, but I mean, he was Jumanji. This guy is nuts. He in an effort to relate to you, the klutzy idiot common man, he just pretended to knock over his microphone.
His content.
That's like when Superman puts on the Clark Kent disguise. He's like, this is what you retards look like. I don't know about you guys. I'm gigantic and can fly. But, look at me. Sorry, milady Lois. I just diarrheaed myself. I'm a human. I eat human food. That's Kyle Cease.
And I do. Whoops. Oh, shit.
Oh, God.
This is my content. I love that I just did that.
What?
This is my content. I hope I screw this up.
I hope. See, now we're getting a book plug on top of everything else. He's plugging his book now. And of course, it's called I Hope I Screw This Up. And he screwed up when he did it. It's crazy. How did that happen?
How falling in love.
I'm a grandma. Someone in the chat earlier said, I saw Solis. That was very funny.
With your fears can change the world. Here's the content.
I just made everything on my desktop disappear. Okay,
Stop trying to create a false sense of
An
harmony.
actual accident happened when I did the fake accident. We're good.
With your circumstances.
Robin Williams was an inner child in the movie Jack. Yeah, that's true.
And let what's not you fall apart. I think that's a very big essence of my content.
Okay, but what about the Me Too?
And I made major decisions in the last 3 years and my whole life to let everything I'm not fall apart.
Okay, but what about the Me
me
Too?
that lived in Seattle fall apart. To let relationships that don't align fall apart.
You mean the one with the mother of your child, the one that you cheated on with the Me Too's? Are you talking about the Me Too's? Is this the Me Too part?
My stand-up comedy career fall apart. Everything.
You mean that one? You didn't to choose that one. That was you just not being good at comedy anymore.
The other side has been magic. If you're in your ego, the idea of it falling apart is death to you. But if you're in your heart, the idea of the false thing falling apart is birth.
Let's get past the girl talk here. All right, listen, we're all sisters. We know about the death of your ego and whatnot. Hey, listen. Young, whatever. Let's move past that. The Me Too.
Think of what you just saw me cry out.
Oh my God.
That was in my body up until now.
Okay.
I got to tell you.
Oh, he just did the mouth thing. He said that, and I'm thinking, is he thinking about Scrum when he says something like that? Like, think about that. I want you to think about this thing that's been sitting in my body that I didn't let out until that. Listen, we've all been there. Again, a whole month without letting it go. Poop. You go a whole month without pooping, and it feels amazing.
That was in my body up until now.
Sometimes, don't you let out a big turd, and you'll take a picture of it and send it to your friend and go, look at this. That was in my body until now. Can you believe that? I had this in me, and now it's out. Kyle Cease does that with tears. He takes pictures of his tissues.
I got to tell you how...
He's doing the mouth.
Scary it is.
Scary Bo Berry. Ladies and gentlemen, classic Scary Bo Berry. Kyle Cease famously said on the first episode we ever covered Kyle Cease, he said the phrase, scary Bo Berry.
To
He was a grown man. He hadn't sacrificed his inner child yet.
hold that while holding spaces for you. But hearing God say,
see, we're back in girl talk here, holding spaces and your ego and the me too. Let's talk me too.
it's not time. It's not time.
Okay, how about now?
It's not time.
How about now?
I'm fascinated by the idea that I said at the beginning of this month that March was going to be the biggest month of all. I didn't know I meant not only externally, but internally.
So he was planning this whole hit on everybody with the copyrights the whole time. He's lying now. He said he apparently announced that this is a big month for him. So he's planning something. Something must be coming. He must have gotten some sort of opportunity and he needs to nip this thing in the bud. Maybe a lawyer told him that. Maybe some sort of, PR person or something. Somebody hiring him was like, hey, man, I Googled you. The cease scams thing? What is going on? You're a Me Too guy? What is that? Let's get rid of this. Sweep that under the rug. I'm sure whatever it is, I'm sure he'll plug it during his Me Too scandal. All right, he's triangulating. Triangulate.
In the past, I had connections with women that I established were also my friends, but they came originally as clients.
You got to come out of here now.
I thought they were safe spaces.
Oh, and there's the tell. Somebody call William, because there it is. Look at this.
I thought they were safe spaces.
Ooh, did you? You thought those were safe spaces, huh? Because your mouth says otherwise. Ladies, do you feel safe yet? Do that one more time.
I thought they were safe spaces.
Oh, boy. Looks like it. That's a total no lies detected.
One of them and I had a long distance relationship, and this was at a time when I was single and I lived in an Airbnb.
What? One of them. So this has to be after the first Me Too girl then. If you're saying he was not single when the first Me Too girl happened. That was part of the whole story, is he was cheating on his girl.
In a different place. And this woman wanted me to go be with her kids and go be with her. And I had established with her that wasn't what I was doing. And that was the beginning of my new life.
He is now bragging that women want him.
Hooked up with her.
Women want him, fish fear him. Because he looks like one.
In November.
What the fuck is that? Oh my God, is that one of us? Or why is he up there on the land?
For 2019. I felt, for some reason, this is so personal, but while hooking up with her,
but I do mean hooking up.
I felt some bizarre ayahuasca-esque calling to another planet. And I somehow...
Okay. These people, nobody... Remember when you never heard of ayahuasca and how much better life was? Whatever fucking Mexican told white people about this shit, you have done the world one of the worst disservices of all time. Keep your little weird native drugs secrets. Because this is who does them. It's guys like this. It's women like this. You had an ayahuasca experience inside your brain from Me Tooing a girl.
How feel.
That's like saying you had ASMR, as far as I'm concerned. It's not real. And I don't even think ayahuasca does anything. What is that? You're drinking shit tea or something? What is that? I don't even know what it is. You brewed up some Louis Anderson tea. You're on stage gargling down his Rhea.
That I was entering another reality. Also, the first, even though I don't know the level of real in this, the first recorded COVID case
What?
was like the same weekend. It was the day after this. I almost feel like I entered another reality. And the next day I was
What does he say? Wait, what does that have to do with that?
doing an event, and this girl had hooked up with me.
Okay, so I told you when I got terminated, it was around when all the Kahuna's fire stuff started. So that's adding up. But the part where he's saying he wasn't with the mother of his child, that's bullshit.
Twice. She instigated, especially the second one.
Is he now bragging that she wanted it so bad? She's asking for it?
And the next day I was doing an event, and this girl had hooked up with me twice. She instigated.
In the same night, by the way. High five.
Especially the second one.
Especially the second? What does that even mean?
And I went back to the event after that. And that night after we hooked up, my body had to relive. This is so gross.
No, I don't want to know about that. You don't have to tell us. Let's just get to the Me Too part.
You probably don't want to hear this, but my body.
I don't want to hear it. Whatever your body had to redo, I don't want to know.
After we hooked up, my body had to relive. This is so gross. You probably don't want to hear
It
this.
is disgusting because all I'm imagining is your mealy little mouth. It's just moving around, vibrate. It's like mealworms. You know, you ever see a big pile of mealworms?
But
I don't even know what part of anyone's body your mouth is. I don't even think it's involved. I'm imagining it floating above everything else, just your mouth detaching from the rest of reality in an ayahuasca style trip.
Body had the biggest release I've ever had.
Okay. Wow, you really are better than Louis Anderson. I mean, Louis C.K. Louis Anderson. Louis Anderson had a pretty big release on you too, though. Hey, girls, you want to come back to my room? I'll jack off my fucking dick. Whatever. My fucking dick.
In my life. And I went back to go do my event.
So is he just telling us about how big he coomed? Is that what just happened? He's telling us about a big scrum he did? This better be relevant. You better triangulate the relevance on this real quick.
And I was like, I'm overwhelmed. And I looked at my phone and there were all these texts because every time someone comes to the event
or at the event,
they want to talk to me privately and they want me to hold a space for them.
How about this? No one's allowed to hold space anymore. All right? There's not enough space for you all to be holding it.
And I have been doing the event.
It's called meeting up. We have terms for this already. Hold space. You mean listen? Is that what that means? What is the meaning of this?
8-hour days and then
hang on. I want to hold space for you right now, but I just scrummed real big. Oh!
And then I had new teammates that were interns that I also had to hold space for because they were triggered if I
All right, listen. I'm starting to think holding space. You know, when I hear interns, it never puts a good thought in your head. You hear intern and there's a sexual quality to it now. That's not our fault. That's the president's fault. So I hear intern, I'm suspicious. You're telling me you're holding space with interns. I now know that holding space is euphemism for you're CKing.
Walked by them and didn't say hi.
Walk buying.
And I felt like I am completely depleted. I am not resourced. I'm exhausted. And I had some teammates that I said, I am too exhausted to go.
Hey, team, I can't hold space right now. I have no jizz inside me. Okay? Can somebody go out there and tell all the old grandmas who want to come back here and have me hold space for them that I've already exploded all over my triangulation?
On stage on day 5. And they were like, but there's people here. These people paid. And I needed someone to go, it's okay. And one woman put her.
They're right. All those people paid and they're there and they pay a lot to be there. I'm sorry, I can't come out right now. I come too hard. I come to too hard, so I cannot do the show now. Sorry, bye-bye. I'm Robin Williams.
Her hand on my heart, and she said, Kai.
Imagine you went to see Robin Williams. And he was like, sorry, I can't come out right now. I've come. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Williams cannot come out. We apologize. There are no refunds, but please do understand that Mr. Williams did just come himself. And it was really, really big. Really big. We promise. One of the biggest comes.
You need to go rest. And she put her hand, and I noticed the me that was trying to hold up the event. I go, I need to do the event though. And she goes, no, you, and then the other team members were like, he needs to do the event. And they didn't care about what I was saying I needed. It was just about the freaking audience. And I was like, is there anything for me here?
Yes, the audience who paid you so that they are literally there for you. And by the way, your entire event is you telling other people how to handle this shit. It isn't the whole thing that you're evolving out loud. You're working with these people to figure this kind of shit out. Triangulate your shit, nigga. Get the fuck out there. Grandma's waiting.
And then I was still looking at the stage, and I needed someone to reflect to me something. And this woman put her hand on my heart, and she
Robin calls it doing a flubber. That's funny.
held my heart, and she goes,
by the way, Bicentennial Man a nigga. They whitewashing Bicentennial Man, all right? He Bicentennial Man was black. A lot of people don't know that. But Bicentennial Man was black originally.
you need to go lie down. And I
like Grimace or Skeeter.
Noticed that one of the teammates was on stage going, we're going to try to, and I listened to that. She goes, be back with me. And I listened with her, and I started bawling because I noticed my need to hold up the audience was first over my heart. And so she took me to her hotel room, totally, platonic, and had me like,
I swear. Why does it feel like anytime a guy says platonic, he's lying, and also it's rape? Why does it feel like there's never even one time been a platonic situation with a guy using the word platonic? Forget platonic, consensual.
Down, and I cried for like 6 hours.
Okay, so you happen to cry for the length of time the show was. Isn't that convenient?
And released everything.
Okay, how much? I thought you'd already released everything. Wasn't that the whole complaint? Sorry, I got something in my there's like a bug in my ear or something. Something bothering the hair went in my ear or something. I'm sorry, I keep messing with my headphones. But this dude is saying he can't do a show because he already released everything. Now he's going backstage and releasing everything for 6 hours. You're a Me Too guy. Everyone's assuming you're juping. You've juped. Joop?
I mean, and I went on stage like a child.
No. You are a grown man. Someone needs to get it through your fucking head. You're not a kid. You're not kid comedy. You're not actually a kid. You as a kid didn't have an inner child. You're not a victim.
And I knew this was the beginning of something that I didn't understand.
I messed up the camera again by doing that. Oh my God. We'll have this fixed, guys. I promise. There we go. That's probably good enough.
And then for 3 months, the girl that wanted me to move to Florida and I talked every single night. And we had a fun connection, and it was confusing because I was a dad and I was having a very difficult time managing the relationship with Christy as co-parents, and we were back and forth.
Okay.
We were never married, by the way.
We were never married.
Say his wife. I've never been married in my life.
Well, now we know why. Now we know why, because she would have taken everything. If you had been, because you're a secret Me Too guy, because you think you're God. You think you're better than Robin Williams. You think you're better than everybody. Of course you didn't get married. You knew you were always doing dalliances. But this is the story. He's finally, all right, finally we're getting there. How deep are we? 30 minutes in. And finally, we're starting to get scratch the surface, at least, of the Me Too. He's a dad. Yikes. Yeah, exactly. That's the scariest part. I've never been married. Fuck her. You lived with her, and she's the mother of your child. You not being married is a problem.
And this woman and I talked nightly and laughed and had a somewhat kind of connection, but I wasn't sure, so I was honest about that. And then one day I did a flow group. I used to do an event called a flow group.
Oh, yeah, sure. Of course. A flow group. Yeah, we all know what a flow group. You guys are used to your flow group. Hey, listen, I had a flow group actually 2 days ago. I met up with my flow group and we flowed.
And flow group was where I worked with 4 people. And there was another speaker that was a friend in my life.
Jesus Christ. What are the odds? So 1 out of 3 people, it was a friend of yours, and they were a speaker too. It's a group of 4. One of those is you. One of them's your friend. All right.
And good. The other speaker, I had this part of me that felt he wasn't quite safe. I felt there was some agenda in him. He would ask me questions like, what's that event pay? And all of these different things. And he would talk crap about every other.
So you wanted to know if you were going to pay him or if you're going to stiff him, which, by the way, part of the accusations that came out during this Me Too stuff is that he was not paying employees and shit. You know, turns out there's a lot of interns, a lot of unpaid interns.
Other speaker, and in my desire to stay his friend, I joined him in that too. And I apologize to any other speaker I talked about because I love other speakers. And I
love holding space for them. And I love when they hold space for me. And we're holding space for each other and they're speaking and we're
felt
flowing.
Unsafe. And I heard from
unsafe. That is the equivalent to Mersh's weird. Oh, he's weird. Imagine Mersh saying something's unsafe. Jesse just felt like unsafe. So gay.
Other teammates that he was always telling them, come work for me and not Kyle. And I articulated that to the woman. And then I did this flow group, and that speaker, I couldn't put my hands on it.
But we all know you wanted to.
That speaker came to my little intimate flow group because I was still trying to keep a connection, but I heard my heart say this didn't align.
And then he showed up at my little public library.
And he came and he sat at the flow group.
Say flow group again. I dare you. I double dare you.
And I said, it's the girl that I've been kind of seeing long distance. I said, it's her birthday today. And he goes, yeah, I bought her a spa treatment. And I was thinking, oh, you know her? And
so Kyle got mad he was getting 2-timed. Hey, you weren't with anyone. That wasn't your wife.
I would hear from other people that he was like friends with her and friends with them and trying to like triangulate and get these other people.
No. You're not triangulating. Stop saying that. What the hell is happening there? Wait, how did that happen? Huh. There we go. RoboCam, wake up. Triangulate me. RoboCam, triangulate me. Can you find me? This dude, where did he get this word triangulate? What is happening inside his head? The longer I watch, the more he becomes a triangle, as a matter of fact.
He was like friends with her and friends with them and trying to like triangulate and get these other people. And I communicated to him openly. I'm going through a thing where I feel unsafe about, like, I feel like you're
unsafe, triangulate, flow group. How about Me Too? Can we get that term in here?
You're kind of
hold space. We've heard all of these other ones.
Connecting with these other people. and it makes me feel triangulated, and I don't.
Okay. That's. What do you even say about that? That's just a filler word now. That's like a Philly guy saying John. That's a Chinese guy saying nigga. Which I feel like we should start adopting. I don't know why. I'm not too into John, but there's just something so honorable and traditional about the Chinese language that I just feel, and soon they'll be our overlords anyway. We should really try to start using their terms. This is a filler word for him. This just means anything. I'm getting triangulated over it. Bitch, I'm triangulated. You think I'm not ready to flow? I triangulate all over your ass, bitch.
These other people, and it makes me feel triangulated, and I.
Does he mean targeted? I guess, yeah. He's a triangulated individual. He's being flow stalked.
Don't know that I feel safe. And his answer was, "You're such a hero for bringing that up." But instead of owning it,
what?
Is there anything there? Just being like, yeah, I see why you're feeling that way. Not even saying I see. It was just like, it's just Kyle's issue. The end. There was no, I get it. That was true. I see that. And I was even trying to do the work. And I said, maybe it comes from, and I don't want to call anyone out, but the closest person in my life, a man in my life that was very close to me.
Okay.
I said, often, this is true. When I broke up with someone, I felt like he would contact them, and I feel like people triangulate almost around.
All right. If you triangulate me one more time, I swear to God, motherfucker, triangulate me. I swear to God. One more time. Let's do it. Triangulate me. Almost. I can't. Is he talking about his brother right now, by the way? He's saying a man that was the closest in his life, and he's clearly saying past tense because obviously Pod Awful ruined that relationship. I don't know what he's talking about here.
Like he would contact them, and I feel like people triangulate almost around their bond.
There's no chance that his comment section on this video is filled with the word triangulate, and that is a crime. I need you to go to this video on Kyle Cease's channel. It's Kyle Cease on YouTube. It's called Kyle Cease Me Too, What Really Happened, My Personal Story, My Life. Go to this video, and on every comment, I need you to accuse the person leaving a comment of triangulating. Doesn't have to make sense. You can do it any way you want. That is a fill in the blank word. You're a triangulated individual. You feel like you're being triangulated against. If one more person tries to triangulate on you, you're about to lose your triangulating mind. It's a crime that people aren't calling him out for using this word so much incorrectly.
Of their hate for me. It's almost like if you let go of someone, they can't just go. They have to connect.
Triangulate man
to other people. And I communicated that to him. And that was a mistake. And it was me trying to own my shit, but I communicated that to him. And then out of nowhere, the woman writes me and goes, like a couple days later after talking to him, I want all my money back for everything I've done. You're an abuser. And all I felt was the kid who was scared to death kick in and me not know what to do. And I went through this thing where I'm in between. Like I tried really hard to, can you tell me what's wrong? Can you heal this with me? Can you tell me what I did? No, do not talk to me. Iced, gone. So I got scared because I don't remember if I already told you about the stalker.
Oh, okay. So now women have stalkers. All right. Men do not have stalkers. It's a female only sort of scenario, having a stalker. That's something Mersh would say. That's something a lot of goons would say, is that, yo, you're a stalker. You don't have a stalker. I don't care what the situation is. You're a guy.
Did I tell you about the stalker?
But here he is. Here he is making himself the victim again. Who's the victim? Not the ladies. Kyle, did I already tell you about the fact that I was actually killed? I can't remember if I told you this or not. I'm dead. I was murdered. I was murdered at the hands of actually all of these women. Anybody who said anything bad about me. I don't know if I already told you about this. Did I tell you about the woman who claimed this stole my car and drove over my body with it, and I'm a ghost now? Has this been brought up yet, or?
Sorry, I can't remember.
Well, triangulate your memory on it.
So I had told the woman that there was a stalker. I had a stalker in my life. And the stalker, maybe before that, a year before, channeled in her mind that she's...
Wait, Kyle Cease's comment on this video has triangulation in it.
Supposed to have my
got
kid.
to be kidding me. Hang on a second. Let's just see here. I left a comment, but there's no way that's showing up for anybody but me. What do we have here? Where's Kyle Cease's comment? Is it like a reply to somebody? I don't see Kyle's. Oh, here we go. Thank you for all the kind words. I'm finding something in me that is able to look within more and see things about me I haven't seen. There's much more work to be done here. A couple corrections I want to share while I'm thinking about it. When I got back home a week later, I saw the teal video, not the day of. I guess it's something we haven't gotten to yet, because of course it isn't. It's about the actual problem here. It was primarily on gaslighting and mentioned borderline personality disorder. And she and I spoke about BPD and triangulation privately. What? How is this? Is this a new term that these people are using specifically? Is that why it's not weird for them? I need everybody commenting in here about being a triangulated individual. I mean, this is insane. I can't read any more of it. Let's just keep watching it. I can't do this.
Kids. So she moved from Texas to LA and stayed in a hotel. And when Christy and I were together and trying to work everything out, sent me a video every day of our future kids. Like that she's channeling her future kids, and she'd sit there and cry. Like she believed that I sent mentally into her head that I'm supposed to be the dad of her kids. And she stayed in a hotel for a freaking year and sent us these Kathy Bates and Misery-esque videos saying to me like, our son wants to be named Elliot. I was driving and I passed Elliott Avenue and I felt this kick in my womb. And
you kept fucking her, right? So you fucked her. This is the woman, by the way, if he's talking about the one that like really released all this info, she also claims that she is an alcoholic, right? But she had been sober for quite some time. And while they were fucking, Kyle encouraged her to drink, loosen her up so she wouldn't think too hard about it. Maybe she won't think about being Me Too'd too much. Which is a crazy thing to do. And like Kyle knew she was an alcoholic, and he encouraged her to like, just drink up, baby. Just hang loose. What's one drink gonna hurt? That's the girl we're talking about here. As if Kyle's not fucking. We're watching a man break down and cry over and over again on video while bragging about knowing Biff from Back to the Future. You're BPD too. Every woman is BPD. There's not one woman who's not borderline, okay? You know why they call it borderline personality disorder? Because women, the border is male and female, is the border between. Women are all sitting on that border. They're all right there. They're women. They've all got it. And Kyle, he got himself a visa. He got a passport. And he went south of the border. Kyle, you're there, man. I expect women to be this way. I've dated plenty of them. I've dated all of them. But you must have been doing crazy shit. We're watching you do crazy shit right now in this video. You cannot convince me. Let's say everything he says about this woman, she's having premonitions about their kids together. There's no way he's not replying to that being like, totally, yes. That is what our kid would look like. She's sending him a picture of a fucking chipmunk with golf balls in its cheeks. And he's like, yeah, that does. I see it. She sends him her high score on Super Mario 2. He's like, I was in that game. Thank you. Yeah.
And I had to.
You're crazy. Like, there's no excuse out of you also being borderline. There's nothing that talks you out of being equally as bad as this woman. That's the problem. I wouldn't listen to this woman at all if you weren't a complete woman yourself. If that's not the way you've marketed yourself for years.
We had to move to a gated community.
Oh. The horror. The horror. I mean, how did we even get over the gate?
And it was so scary.
Scary Boberry. Gated community. So scary. Oh, I've got the vapors. Bring me my fainting couch.
And I had communicated that to the woman later.
After you had revived yourself through smelling salts, of course.
How scary that was.
Scary Boberry.
Because when the Me Too movement came out, and they said, believe all women.
This part gets me so excited. Okay, actually, let me just go ahead and type this in. Kyle sees Me Too. And let's see if I can find it here. Failed comedians. There's a lot of pot awful stuff, obviously, that comes up. The video that Kyle sees does not want you to see. Kyle sees. Where is it? Kyle actually. Here we go. Now, I'm blocked by Kyle on Facebook, of course. But I've got something good here. I found this right before the show. I might have covered this on the show before. I don't remember. But this is perfect because he's never said this before. Let's take a listen.
That was because when the Me Too movement came out and they said, believe all women, I was like, what about this one? Because this woman could just make up anything and it'll just be the truth to the public. And then I got to figure out how to get out of it.
Okay, so classic, the thing you're not allowed to say about the Me Too movement, right? Let's throw Kyle to the side here for a second and let's check out Facebook. Facebook. Now, Kyle is claiming that this was always his thought about the Me Too movement. But unfortunately, while the Me Too movement was actually in full swing, Kyle posted to Facebook about the movement. So let's compare. Now, in this reality right now, Kyle seems to think that his thought process on it is believe all women. How about kick rocks, skirt? I ain't listening to you, cunt. What if you lie? You always do. Let's see what he said back in October of 2017. Throw it up on the big board here so you can really see this is 100% real. I had to open up an incognito window in order to do this, actually, because again, he's got me blocked. Where's my fucking cursor here? I literally cannot find my cursor. There we go. Okay. I thought everything froze for a second. I was panicking. Okay, here we go. So Me Too movement is actually on. This is before he was accused of being Me Too. Let's look at pre-Me Too versus post-Me Too. Kyle versus Kyle. Cease to do this. The Me Too movement had been affecting me all week. Okay, yeah, that checks out. I had a hard time putting into words each day what I was experiencing. I felt lost and confused as I looked deeply into what my personal truth was. My personal truth. I didn't only want to say, we hear you, when I was so trying to hear myself because I'm the victim, but a different way for this one. I couldn't find the right words and struggled to connect. Finally, today, I see a little bit of knowing and new awareness of a new paradigm. We're just gonna kill him. It's day one for me of taking the training wheels off, but I had a big revelation that also tied into my personal relationship. The Me Too movement is a calling to all of us, especially men. I like where this is going. It's horrifying to boys dressed in men's bodies. Yuck, yuck, yuck. That's not what you are. Stop it. The body of a boy in the head of a man. The body of a boy in the head of a man. It's horrifying to boys dressed in men's bodies. Boys have been trained to keep taking from whatever continues to give unconditionally. Should have deleted this one, Kyle. Yes, I know that many men, including myself, have been abused in the past. What do you mean when your childhood inner child abused itself so that you could have this moment here in the future? But for this post, I am by the way, I believe when I asked his brother if he actually had any abuse when he was a kid, his brother was like, no, none of that shit is true. He's making it up. But for this post, I am choosing to honor what women are saying and really actually hearing them at the moment the very, very best that I can. So please bear with me. I'm all ears, Kyle. Let's do it. What you got? As women stepped up and said, no more, boys everywhere freaked out. Men felt called to move forward. I was in the middle of both characters all week, and my man is starting to show up a little more. Whoa! And I'm about to come. As women have courageously stepped up and called out horrific events from their past, a completely different paradigm emerges. They are refusing to live in a world where rape, sexual harassment, or anything else disrespectful in any way will be tolerated for 1 second. In this paradigm, the only way to be seen and loved energetically as a male is to grow the fuck up. This is he's kicking himself. He's watching this, maybe not live, but Kyle will see this, and he's kicking himself. This is such a mistake on his part. This is real. We are being told to not only own our shit, but take responsibility for ourselves. Just like this planet, women are an endless source of love and abundance. Wait, what? They're an endless source of love. Hang on a second. What did you say up here earlier? Boys have been trained to keep taking from whatever continues to give unconditionally, but they're a continued source of, where did that? Okay. Wait. Did I skip something? How did I go that far down? How am I missing this now? This thing is gigantic in front of me, and I can't find where I left off. I should have highlighted it. The paradigm energetically as a male is to grow the fuck up. We're being told not to only just plan endless source of love and abundance, and we have gone way over the line as far as taking advantage of this. Yesterday, I had posted a point about forgiving everything and moving forward, and a woman commented on it that this is spiritual bypass. That's not how you spell bypass. I didn't see it then, but I do today. Thank you for showing me. My relationship with Christy, you know, that bitch he ain't never been married to. My relationship with Christy has been a powerful learning tool and highlighted for me all of the small expectations I have had, the need for approval and the need for attention, etc., that I have been called to give to myself first. When I become a boy. Oh, sorry, I'm dry heaving. Hang on a second. Hang on, I need to like burp or something. Get this. I've got a lump in my throat now. Okay, there we go. When I become a boy, Christy won't have it. She walks away, shuts off, or whatever else she needs to do to say no to a 40-year-old boy. But when I feel my own pain and move into my heart as an adult male and honor myself fully, we give each other the world. This movement touches me because it's women telling boys to grow up. This is not only protection for women, it is for men, children, animals, and the planet. A new bar has been raised, and I'm excited to move into it. Yeah, you're moving there permanently, buddy. 2017, wait till you see 2018, Kyle. Thank you to everyone who shared your pain. I'm committed for life to always being my best and continually reassessing however I can as I continue. Your courage is changing the world, and for the first time, I actually hear you.
I got excited, very excited to see all of this.
2.6 thousand likes. And you know what he says in this? He says it's horrifying and he's scared of the Me Too movement. It's all in here. Boy, that sounds a lot different than what we've been hearing from Kyle in this. Let's just roll back that beautiful bean footage for a second here.
And we had to move to a gated community. And it was so scary. And I had communicated that to the woman later, how scary that was, because when the Me Too movement came out and they said, believe all women, I was like, what about this one?
Oh, is that what happened? Your words a second ago, I'm not sure that lines up. I thought you were happy to be here in the moment for women. And by the way, H2BH, of course.
Because this woman could just make up anything.
Oh, oopsie daisy. What's that? My past actions coming to catch up with me? The consequences never being the same?
And it'll just be the truth to the public. And then I got to figure out how to get out of it. And I told her that. And I know that was used against me and orchestrated against me, that I was scared about that. So when she was saying to me, like, did you see the documentary on Bikram and all the stuff he did? I said, I'm not saying he didn't. I sure absolutely think true victims should be seen and heard, but did he get to say his side? Is there I didn't know anything about it. I didn't know the story. I didn't even want to see it, but that was a fear in my body. And I think that was because I was absolutely horrified I think the child's scared if I'm accused of something I didn't do, I get hit. So that was used against me.
But you're still a child. Where's Christy to whip you back? Oh, yeah, that's right.
And then people that had hit on me. Good point, Kathy G. Deep breath. Then people who had...
So people in his chat room were like, yo, dog, take it easy. This is looking a little crap. I don't know, man. You're acting a little, I hate to say this, bipolar, borderline. You're kind of on the border of acting manic here.
Hit on me started claiming they were victims. People that I didn't even know. People that sent us videos of themselves Kalegoing, which if you're new here means envisioning out loud that they slept with me, that they dated me, and then they all
Kalegoing? What?
Formed a group as victims.
That's worse than triangulating.
Even though most of them I never met, and said that they are a victim of me.
I mean, now that's a big claim. There were a lot of ladies saying this happened to me too. There was truly a Me Too movement around Kyle. There were all these women saying, yes, I went to the event in this year and this happened this year and this happened. He's saying none of that happened. Not even a misconstrue. He's never met these women. Most of the women in his groups who know who he is and stuff, he's met. They go to he has retreats in log cabins out in the woods and stuff. They're sleeping under the same roof together. That is a bold claim to say you've never met them.
And I was in this bizarre position. So the girl says, I want all my money back. And I was doing this event with 50 people in the morning.
See? Probably in a fucking cabin. In fact, I know it is because I think I know what he's about to talk about. And this was like the worst day of his life where everyone starts quitting on him.
Morning, I had 50 people and I was trying to do this stuff. And I also liked the girl. So at times when we're meditating, I texted her love and all these different things and was feeling this strong bond with her.
Oh my God. Whoa. Ladies and gentlemen, the ghost of Ray Charles. Wow. We've got Stevie Wonder in the building.
Texted her love and all these different things and was feeling this strong bond with her.
Ebony and ivory together in.
And then these letters.
Whoa. Wow, that was crazy. He really is talking to God. He's channeling the greats. He is the great.
Start coming in from the people she's telling what a victim she was to me.
He just triangulated a spirit.
Mad about my sexual misconduct.
Wait, were the quotes around mad or sexual misconduct just then?
Mad about my sexual misconduct.
Okay, I really thought he put it around mad for a second.
Here's my sexual misconduct. Me going, are you sure you want to? Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? Is that okay? Are you?
Agreed. 100. At least you admit that's misconduct. That is creepy and gross. So yeah.
Sure. Now it's like, you need to text me you're okay with this. Now it's like, okay, you got to sign a release.
So now, okay, the claims become wilder. Now he's like a consent villain. He's so consensual that it's upsetting. If anything, I was too consensual. I probably should have asked if it's okay a little less.
Like, do you know I haven't even been on social media in 3 years?
Bullshit. I know that's not true for a fact.
Like, I'm just like, are you?
This is crazy. Nobody knows this. I have the entirety. I still have this. I could do something with this at any time. It's 100% true. We downloaded the entirety of his private paid Facebook group. Everything, every post, every comment. I have a document with everything from the time he was being Me Too'd in that group. Everything.
You know, I haven't even been on social media in 3 years.
He was on social media then, and it wasn't good. And I've never done anything with his doc, but we preserved it all.
Like, I'm just like, are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure?
And they kept saying, no, no, no. It was like, are you sure? It's me, Kid Comedy. Look at my dimple. Just stare into the dimple and all will be okay. Watch as everything gets weirder, blacker, and dimpler.
So now I'm just like on these hikes and going inward more and more and more.
Whoa, wow. Racist. Why do you keep saying that? You're going inward more and more.
So now I'm just like on these hikes and going inward more and more and more.
Okay, inward this, inward that. I just saw an inward on a hike. You ever seen an inward on a hike? I'm like, inward? No way.
And then I get this
Racist.
letter from her that is so full of it on how I was a predator on her and all this shit.
So full. Ooh, he's cursing. He's first time cursing. Baby curses. He is a little kid.
I can't believe I'm telling you all this.
Nobody is making you. It's been 3 years. I guess I'm making you. I guess it is me. I can't say that. I'm the guy. It's me.
Demanding all this money. I was so
demanding all this. So his claim is she's trying to get paid. Did that happen?
Scared. I went to an attorney.
Okay, and did they immediately say, oh, this is extortion, this is blackmail, don't pay it? You didn't pay it, right? Because if you paid it, that would be bad. Because that's cut and dry. You're just getting it. This didn't happen. She's asking for money. It's in a written letter, apparently.
I just spent.
And you don't have a wife, so you can't cheat on her, so you've got nothing to worry about. She could say anything, and it doesn't matter. Your wife would know that didn't happen.
Hundreds of thousands of dollars trying to figure out the right thing.
Oh, oops. So he paid her hundreds of thousands of dollars to keep quiet? Is that what
And my response was, I heard the highest I knew was the universe going, just let it go. Just give her all the money back. Even though it's unseen, give it to her. Just give it to her.
This is the dude who had the foresight to not get married to his baby mama, but he's giving hundreds of thousands to a girl to just shut her up. That's full on. He R-worded her, and I do mean retarded her. You're giving that amount of money to a lady. Not only did sex creep stuff happen, you full on retarded her.
Like, let go. You're God. You're an infinite being. Just let go. And so we sent her it, and we said, we're sending you the check. And she wrote,
who's we? Who's the we? Because it's not your fake wife with you, right?
Great. Do you know when it comes in? And the attorney said, it'll be in Wednesday. So I'm sitting here going, maybe this will let it go and it'll just heal itself. And then over the weekend, she posts something like, when your entire business is built on lies, it just takes one swoop of wind to tell the truth or whatever. And she goes, and I'm done holding my breath. And all my body was going is,
shit. I gave her all the money and she's still going to talk.
I'm about to be falsely Me Too'd.
And it was in that moment I knew I was about to be falsely Me Too'd.
And I was so scared. And
well, that sounds like a scary Bo Berry situation to be in. I'd hate to be in.
I was shocked. And I can't believe I'm telling you all this. Just
wow. So you're telling on yourself. That's a very, you keep saying that over and over again. Why can't you believe that? Isn't this something, wouldn't this be getting this off your chest? Wouldn't this be relieving? Wouldn't this be like a month-long relief? You released all that goop from inside the bowels of your body? Wouldn't this be nice to finally have it out there? Why would you keep saying, I can't believe I'm telling you all of this? Is it because you look bad? Is it because you look stupid?
so you know, this has been in my heart every single minute for the last 3 years.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Thank you. Woo! Wait, where is it? Woo! There we go.
Pot off a one. Pot off a one.
That's right. That's right.
They're cyberbullying me to death.
Every single minute of the past 3 years, and I helped.
When I went on stage last week, I was like, is someone going to call me an abuser or yell that out? And then
And we do need hecklers. We do need henchmen out there doing that.
I said to the universe, okay, if they do, I'm okay with it. And I got to this place, right? So I can't believe I'm like just saying this. This is all stuff you don't know.
Well, I mean, I know the true version. I guess I don't know your version.
So I called Rhythmia because I was really scared.
What is that?
And I was supposed to fly to Seattle to do a flow group and then whatever. And I decided to fly to Seattle. And that's when on the way there, I stood on the overpass and Mary just got on the phone and by listening saved my life. And I went to the parking garages at LAX and was like,
Mary saved your life twice when she hit all those channels with copyright strikes, huh?
is that high enough?
Wait, what?
My life. And I went to the parking garages at LAX and was like, is that high enough? And if I jumped off, I was so scared. I grabbed a suitcase.
I feel like he could jump off a curb and he's so soft he would die.
I forgot to fill it. And I was like, is that it? And I still tried to do a flow group. And
I thought he was going to say he tried to do a flip.
this was February 17th.
So you still went to the thing? That's really like that. I don't know that you can even call that almost suicide. You go to something called a flow group. You get in a plane and go there and do the whole thing. I'm not sure you can call that at all. That's like a fleeting thought. I have that thought, by the way, every time I pass a toaster. I wonder if I could throw that into a bathtub with me. You know, like that's just what they call an intrusive thought. It's kind of normal.
The 16th of 2020. I fly. This is crazy, this story. I fly to Seattle.
I believe
I tell
you.
a couple teammates, I almost killed myself and I can't do the event.
And they're like,
all I was hearing was, well, these people flew in and you need to. And I was like, I need to. And one teammate, I don't know the level she wants to say who it is. I can't tell, but she just grabbed a new phone for me. And because my old phone, you meet new people all the time. Not only, I'm not meaning like that you just hook up with them. You fly to a new city, you get new contacts. So there's 7,000 phone numbers in my phone. And so she took the phone and gave me another one and said, go to Rhythmia, because I wanted to do ayahuasca.
Okay, I'm gonna fuck me.
So I flew to Rhythmia. And I just let everything go, and it was so scary. So I fly to Rhythmia. By the way, everything I'm telling you, I swear on my life, is exactly what happened. On my end, at least.
Yeah, I swear this is true. You know, as far as I see it, from a certain point of view, you do kind of look like Obi-Wan.
I go to Rhythmia.
What is Rhythmia?
I'm sitting here trying to ayahuasca this away because I am just so scared that I'm about to have this bullshit post.
Yeah, I bet.
I go to Rhythmia.
Oh my God.
And I do
She take my money.
ayahuasca, and I do it on a huge, huge, huge level. And I just go insane. And it makes me say something that I would like to keep private now because I don't know its truth. And I tried to tell someone close to me about what it said, and he just got mad at me. And shame me for what it said about past stuff with people from my past. I'd like to keep it private.
Yeah, Mike in chat says, does he not realize everyone has these thoughts? LOL. He thinks he's close to suicide because he looked at a building and thought, wonder if I'd die if I jump from there. Exactly. He was on the brink of suicidal ideation.
And then the next day, Jerry at Rhythmia said, when you do ayahuasca,
Oh, there goes the lip again.
When you do ayahuasca,
Boring.
say out loud, merge me with my soul no matter what the cost. And on February 19th, 2020, I did a ton of ayahuasca. And I sat there. And all of these
It clearly helped, by the way. You're much better off now. Thank God you did ayahuasca. Imagine how you'd be now if you hadn't.
people were in the room, and many of them were fans, but and so that felt really hard for me they were fans of mine, and I'm like still trying to figure.
Oh my God. He's in a room full of fans. Yeah, me too. Here's my biggest one.
This out. And it goes, I said out loud, merge me with my soul no matter what the cost.
Mersh me with it.
2 hours passed and I didn't feel anything. And I said, is she going to post this lie about me? And the voice goes, oh, and it said her name. It goes, she's going to clean you out. And I looked down and my shirt was off. It took my shirt off.
Wow. That's crazy. That's a regular Bert Kreischer routine.
I didn't
And all my fans started calling me the machine. I couldn't believe it.
even know what was happening. I looked up.
I suddenly knew how to speak Russian.
Might have remembered a little, but I just looked down and I'm just like sitting here, and I'm not a fan of me topless. I'm still working on that.
Same. You specifically.
Maybe I will after this because it feels like my entire inner child is leaving. But
Okay. I don't want to see you topless, whether it's an inner child, an outer child. We don't need to involve children in this at all.
Just sitting there topless in front of these people. And then every person in the room turned into people I know.
Well, I thought they were all fans. You did know that you were there with them. You already knew them.
Because she was saying she was going to post, and there were things I opened to her about, people I didn't feel.
And then every single person turned into a woman I raped. I don't know. She looked like a big chicken leg. She was a big ham with a bone through it. I couldn't help myself.
Safe with issues I
She turned into a birthday cake like on a desert island.
had with other people, all these things. And across from me was a shaman that turned into her, and then everyone in the freaking room turned into other people I knew.
A shaman.
My best friend,
I know a shaman.
my brother, my ex, all these people.
His brother, yeah.
And I watched as it just threw me to the ground. And I just watched as she was telling someone else, he said this about you. And then the spiritual speaker was coming in and telling someone.
This is
hey,
like listening to a dream, but worse. Because not only did this not happen.
It was just crazy. And every person, and at one point, we're 5 hours later.
It's a story about
teammates quitting.
A drug trip. It's a story that didn't happen about a story that didn't happen.
My God.
I'd rather listen to my wife's dreams.
Everyone was celebrating, and I was lying on the ground like a pig at a luau while everyone was celebrating that I was dead.
I was there. Yeah, he started picturing me amongst all of them.
And then I went back to my room, and this guy goes, "She posted."
There's a guy in your room?
Something that never became.
What do you mean this guy goes? You went back to your room.
About how I manipulated her, which I didn't, and how I tricked her, which I didn't. The only thing that she had that was true was that she was a client also. And that I did ask her to keep it quiet because I felt like I had teammates I couldn't open up to.
Well, that is the definition of a Me Too.
He knew it was wrong. I don't believe it was wrong. I didn't sign a Hippocratic.
We know you don't believe it was wrong. That's the problem. That's why you're being Me Too. We know you think you were in the right there, Vince Champ.
I felt like I had teammates I couldn't open up to. And the narrative on that was he knew it was wrong. I don't believe it was wrong. I didn't sign a Hippocratic oath.
Yeah. You didn't make a pledge to do no harm. Great argument.
I also was a stand-up comic. I also evolve out loud. I was on the stage doing it. I will tell you now. If I were to ever date someone that I ever met at any of my events, I would have them sign a release that they're.
So he's still thinking about doing it. He didn't even learn his lesson, and he wants them to sign a release. It's not a hidden camera prank show, dude. Sign a release?
Someone that I ever met at any of my events, I would have them sign a release that they're no longer a client. That's a thing I learned. I see where the confusion.
I didn't learn where I did anything wrong. I see where I should have been legally protecting myself, obviously.
I own that. I truly didn't understand that then.
He's done nothing wrong. It's everyone else's fault. Everyone else is lying. He's a complete victim. He was high.
The reason
he was high. That's a woman's excuse, by the way. I was drunk at the time, so I was taken advantage of. I was on ayahuasca, Judge.
And I was actually even with her that night was because I'd been opening to other people about, can I just spend time with you and debrief after each night? And they would bring too many other people that I felt like I had to be there for, and I never felt like I could debrief.
You had no problem debriefing those women.
So she felt to me like the safest person. And I thought we were both just kids who had transcended our trauma.
Oh, Christ. You think you're a fucking kid and you think she's a kid. You are not allowed to stick your dick in her. All right. Now, all the other times it came up, this pedo smile stuff, every time it came up, this hint of paranormality, some P community business was brought up. I said, I'm not accusing him. But if you're going to tell me that you and some girl, your inner children, are fucking each other, sorry, welcome to the world of Zach Baggins. You're in paranormal land.
And the amount of narratives that were spun about my relationship with her were out of this world. Let me give you another one, because all of this is so necessary. And I hope this, because we're entering a new world where we're going to heal all this. One is that I talked her back into her alcoholism.
Okay, I told you guys about that. Now, all right, I'd love to hear what his excuse for this one is.
Now, when she was with me, as far as I remember, she wasn't even drinking, and I sure as hell didn't.
Oh, okay. His explanation? Nuh-uh.
Was a thing that one person said was they were feeling rigid and they felt this thing. And I said something that truly was true to me. Sometimes being anti-something can be an addiction too. And then in the time that I was hanging out with her long distance, she was feeling freer than ever. She was feeling vibrant and amazing and magical and awesome. It was after she accused me that she went dark and angry and weird.
Oh, weird?
Here's something I'll already offer. I know.
Don't you mean unsafe?
Her heart. I know her heart.
This is going to be, whatever that is followed up with, must be the craziest thing ever. I cannot wait to hear what follows. I know her heart. That is a lunatic thing to say about a woman who's accused you of R.
It was after she accused me that she went dark and angry and weird. Here's something I'll already offer. I know her heart. I know her heart. And I know that she regrets doing it. I know.
That is a bold claim, dude. That's crazy. Okay. You know that. He knows her better than she knows herself. He knows her inner child better because he was triangulating its triangle.
Know it. Maybe she'll say she doesn't. But I will offer.
He knows better than her. Maybe she'll say no, but I am convinced it's yes.
For right now, if she wants to reach out and actually heal this, I will not sue you. I will not use it against you in any.
How could you do that? Of course you won't sue her. That would be bad for you.
Anyway, but I know that her heart suffers because I know she was talked into this from the spiritual speaker. I know it because later when that happened, people that I didn't have relationships started writing letters. And one of them bragged to another teammate that that speaker ghost wrote it.
So you're saying ghosts are involved. So this truly is paranormal.
That speaker ghost wrote it.
It was that dang, Your Honor, it was that dang ghost. I told you. I done told you.
So the other speaker is ghostwriting letters, creating false attacks on me.
It's like
there was another
Dan Aykroyd's wet dream. A ghost did it.
Another woman that was at another event that totally grown up. She and I had I felt like a good connection.
Wait, totally grown up? You're adult. You're fucking 40 something.
Over to my place in her pajamas, hooked up with me. And then later I got a letter that I think
you were with Christy at the time, or no, you're kind of leaving that part.
It was ghostwritten by him demanding $250,000. I have all these texts from her trying so hard to sleep with me.
Did you give her the 200?
And trying to do so much stuff. And I'm in this place where I'm like, should I
go? Zoinks. Zoinks, like, hey, Scoob. Like, Kyle Cease is trying to bone us, man. Ruh-roh.
I pay it to end the drama? Like, this is where I was. And the lawyer was like, this is my fear. The lawyer was like, don't. And I was like, then she'll make up more stuff. Like my fear was like, if that happens, they'll make up more stuff.
So he paid it. A ghost wrote it, and then Frankenstein came in and held her down for me.
So when this woman posted this, a person that I'm trying so hard because he's the closest person in my life, or was,
the brother.
defended me. She posted this bullshit thing about how I manipulated her and didn't care, whatever. And he goes to bat for me. And then guess what? The spiritual speaker, who didn't know this person, called him and told him that for 4 hours, the night she posted, that I have borderline personality disorder.
Which is true. And I remember his brother telling me about this. So this part is kind of true. I mean, you know, not the Kyle positive parts, obviously, but yes. So that's amazing. So, and they're still not, the brothers still aren't back together. Pod Awful actually drove a wedge between him and his brother.
And then he called me and said, I'm not talking to you until you go and do work on your borderline personality disorder. And
so it was time for me to pay another therapist to say the opposite, that I'm cool and good and rich and handsome. And it's okay for me to rape.
I was so scared. I'm like, talk to me. He goes, nope, I won't. And I'm like trying to reach out to him. And I finally thought maybe I do. And I cried about it. And I had a bunch of people around me going, you are the F up here. You are.
Uh-huh.
And so I believed them.
Good. Yes, they were right.
I was like, maybe I do have borderline personality disorder. So I went to go to rehab, and I went to a suicide ward, and I had psychiatrists telling me, you don't.
Oopsie. Did you see it? They told me I don't.
Telling me, you don't.
Ready for it? Do you or do you not? Guap. Okay, yeah, so he was lying.
You don't. Then the spiritual speaker called my publisher, got them to drop me, called another speaker who I did a podcast, got them to drop my podcast with them, and used the narrative of he abuses all these women. And most of the women I've never even met.
Most of them. Okay, so before it was all of them, now it's most.
But I also had the dilemma of every time I talk about it, it brings more up. Like if I bring up, hey, I didn't even meet those women, then you guys all look that old thing up and leave, right? And that was my fear. And now I'm just like, I know the level that I should own this, right? So at one level, this just went away, which is why I can't believe I'm just telling you all this.
Yeah, that's a good point. In chat, Mike says, LOL goes to a suicide ward to get reassurance he doesn't have BPD. Sounds legit. Yeah, typically the people who end up in suicide wards, they don't got no mental problems. They're 100% normal.
At one level, this just went away. Like, in other words, after she posted this thing, one of the things I tried to do was a freaking Wednesday night call. And let me tell you how weird it was, because I was just a child being stabbed and people.
You are old. As far as I'm concerned, you're elderly, okay? You're not a child. Will someone please tell this fucking paranormal creep he's got nothing to do with kids?
People were telling me, you need to honor her. Don't tell your side because
you have a child. This dude's got a dog. She's right there in the background.
It's blaming the victim. You need to whatever. Oh my God. And I just out of terror tried really hard to own whatever while also not losing my business and trying to figure out what to do. So the video is just for AEP. Then I learn that a dude has ripped it off of AEP. I later learn.
I don't know what that might be his like paywall thing. I don't know what he's talking about there. A dude's ripped it off. I'm not the dude who ripped it off. He's talking about a different person. Somebody else like took the video and uploaded it somewhere. I don't remember how I got my hands on it, but it wasn't me.
That a dude has ripped it off of AEP. I later learn that the dude that ripped it off, this is just a side note because we're bringing shit up. Let's bring all of it. The dude that ripped it off, in other words, he recorded the screen. This was private for AEP. That guy has been arrested twice, I think, and convicted.
Oh, maybe it was me then. Okay, hang on a second.
For domestic violence.
Yeah! Woo! Yeah! Woo!
beats women.
Oh, he's a woman beater. Oh, you got him.
These people are projecting.
Are you Me Tooing that guy? That guy that you refuse to name? Why would you not name a dude who's been convicted for something like that?
Their shit on.
Why would you hide that? Why would you protect that guy? Unless he doesn't exist.
And me. He took it and gave it to a freaking podcast. There was a podcast that made up a thing. There was a thing that called.
Oh, wait. This is me. I'm Jesse. I'm the podcast guy. Hi. Call me Pod. Yeah, okay, hang on. We're talking about me now. Let's pay careful attention here. Let's make sure we don't miss anything.
Gave it to a freaking podcast. There was a podcast that made up a thing. There was a thing that called this podcast. I don't want to say the name of it and give them views, but they were like,
hi.
They were a podcast.
Voldemort.
That the guy was an aspiring comedian or something.
Hey, let me just be clear. No one aspires to be this. Okay?
Something. Saw what he knew who I was as a
aspiring comedian. And I know why he's saying that. I don't know if he understands why he's saying it, but remember, we ran into Kyle before this Me Too stuff. Kyle saw Pod Awful before the Me Too stuff when we were just making fun of him for being a failed comedian turned guru. So he's saying that to put me, that's a hierarchy thing. Like, no, I'm a real stand-up. You're an aspire. I've never aspired to be a stand-up ever.
Comedian saw what I was doing and literally created his audience would do a hit on me.
Okay. What the fuck? Is that an edit? Did he say more? There hasn't been an edit anywhere else in this, has there?
Saw what I was doing and
wasn't this a live stream?
Literally created his audience would do a hit on me.
Look at that. That's an edit. So he said more about me and has removed it. I need to see what this missing footage is. Does this live stream still exist somewhere? Do we have to pay his paywall to see that? There is something in here that was... I haven't seen that happen during any of the rest of this. Specifically, the Pod Awful part has bits excised from
saw what I was doing and literally...
I got triangulated.
Created his audience would do a hit on me.
And we did do hits, so he's right about that.
He had his audience orchestrate.
Mm-hmm. My henchman.
He had his audience orchestrate false things. People were writing, I went to Kyle's event and blah, blah, blah. I went to Kyle's event and all this bullshit. But
did we do? I mean, listen, I would do. I don't think I did that, but did I do that? Does anybody remember I did that? I don't think I did that. Some of you might have just done that on your own. I don't feel like I did. We probably did that. He's right. I mean, listen, I don't know.
Event and blah, blah, blah. I went to Kyle's event and all this bullshit.
We wouldn't have. I feel like that's something we might have done back when we were just making fun of his events. Doesn't seem too Me Too related. I don't remember doing that.
But they all together decided to collectively do that. So he took the video and then tried really hard to get his audience to share it. So a bunch of people...
Yeah. Angie says, I don't think we did anything like that. I don't either. That doesn't seem... I don't know. That doesn't comport with my memory. But it probably did happen entirely. But I want to know what happened. Where is the missing footage? I want to know what he said in the missing footage. That's crazy to me. There hasn't been a single other edit in this whole thing.
Posted my apology video that was totally screwed up because I really didn't know what was going on yet.
The video Kyle Cease does not want you to see. So he's talking about it. Now, this is how you know we're dealing with a guilty man, a guilty conscience. Kyle has forcibly removed these videos from the internet, as many of them as he could find before doing this. Now he's acting like he's willing to tell you, hey, listen, it was just I didn't know what was going on. Or you knew what was going on. It had been a week. You'd had plenty of time to think about it. You're sitting there holding yourself. You tried to get the video removed from the internet, by the way, back then too. So you knew then, you thought you could apologize your way out of a Me Too. You thought that maybe you could use the power of gab, you know? This is what you think your job is, your best talent, your best gift is, and you thought you'd talk your way out of these women feeling violated by you. But the only way you can do that is by hiding what Pod Awful put out there. And now here you are, years later, in a coordinated, triangulated strike effort. You take down these videos. Well, why not just show people the video? Why don't you commentate over that video? Why would that be a problem? And it shouldn't be. There's no reason for that to be a problem.
And then tried really hard to get his audience to share it. So a bunch of people posted my apology video that was totally
You see he's going, his nose is
screwed up because I really didn't know what was going on yet. And I want you to know this, like a ton of people posted this old Kyle apology video, and it was me and my biggest trauma trying as hard as I could to work through everything.
We got to start reposting it. So you want us to know that, okay, it's just you working through your trauma, then leave it up. There's nothing to hide. Look at it. Wow. That took it out of, my God. Pod Awful. Fuck, I want to know what he edited out. That could potentially be golden footage. Is there a single other edit in this whole thing?
And I struck the video on some of the people, and then the narrative was he's doing an unfair copyright strike. It's fair.
Copyright. An unfair copyright strike? Ghost?
Fair use. No, it wasn't. You ripped it off of my site.
I didn't. You just said a dude who beats his wife did. I didn't rip anything. Listen, once it's out there, I mean, I'm a victim of this too. Once something's out there, what can you do? You can try to take it down, but here's the thing. When he took it down on everyone else's channel, sure, they're just re-uploading the video wholesale. That's maybe okay on his side. When he did it to me, I was doing commentary just like this over the video. It was 100% fair use. There is no excuse. As a matter of fact, you know what I probably should do? I should probably take the video of me doing the commentary over it and put that out there for you to upload. That's my content. No one can copyright strike that but me. And I will give that out to you for 100% free. Do whatever you want with it. Monetize it. I don't care. That one you can have. Kyle Cease has no claims to that. That's my content. It's transformative. I made it. Sorry. I sampled your beats. Hello?
Out of like not releasing this, like trying to figure out, like I've spent the last 3 years. The first thing I did when this happened was I went to the darkness retreat. I went to the darkness retreat because I was like, there's darkness in here. For 10 days, I sat in pitch black darkness. And
no, you didn't. No, you didn't. For 10 days, he sat in pitch black dark. In what fucking universe? Who's gonna buy this? No, you didn't. And what would that mean if you had? Would that change what you did to these women? Would that change the way you've been hiding and changing the story? We already proved the story's changed just by reading your 2017 opinion on the Me Too movement.
The first 5 days had I can't wait to get to the other side and disprove this. And there's a vibration that's changing. And I noticed in the darkness retreat, it kept making me focus on my darkness. And this is when I started switching from moving to the higher frequency to the darkness.
Darkness triangulating me.
Yeah, I met with Bashar. I did several sessions with Bashar to work through it.
Oh my God, you know Bashar? Is he your Bashaman too? Hello?
One thing that happened that was really big was when the person who was closest to me defended me, and then the spiritual speaker, this is really important. The spiritual speaker called him when I needed this guy who the spiritual speaker didn't know. I was then not only told that I need to stop everything because I have borderline personality disorder, but that speaker needs to do my events. In other words, the spiritual speaker was getting the closest person to me to become convinced that I need to replace me with him so I can go to some event. And then the spiritual speaker put out a lot of content.
Every time he says spiritual speaker, I think spiritual smartass. I think he's talking about Brandon Marshall having
about spiritual abusers. And I feel that he was doing what he could to keep the people that were closest to me under his wraps so they didn't say out loud that actually they were manipulated into doing that. So I spent the last 3 years also looking at his page and hearing him do this content on the spiritual abusers and the abusers of the world. And that became his content right when this happened. He started doing stuff about gaslighters and the gaslight.
Oh, I wonder if this is the dude that made the Kyle Cease website, the Cease and Desist website. Probably is. Probably the guy I spoke to.
Light worker came out the day after.
Light worker. And again, we thank all light workers for your service. Without you, we couldn't see.
The thing. And I, in the last 3 years, have done everything I could to find the truthiest truth in this.
Does he not even realize what he's saying? The truthiest truth? That's like a Stephen Colbert is the truthiness, right? That means the opposite of true. That means a gut feeling that probably is false. He's been finding the truthiestness. Okay.
And in the old days, it was, I don't want it to be like, I literally was like, I don't want to be seen as some abuser that I'm not. But at the same time, as it kept going, I would hear this higher me that goes, let the video sit there. Let the video that was illegally downloaded and everything sit there.
Illegally downloaded? That's a interesting way of describing.
Let that come out. Let that come out. That started to be the thing. It used to be like, how far is it up the YouTube channel? And then I kept going and going and going. And then eventually it was like, let it be there. Let that darkness be there. Let people think that about you. And I had a person that I was a friends with that I had a connection with not too long ago, just as friends. And they were like, they said to me, like, they started blocking me. And they said to me, like, I can't talk to you because I looked that up. And I at first was like, don't you want to hear my side? Don't you want to hear? And then just like, I heard God be like, just trust me on this.
Yeah, you guys are bros. Oh, he's definitely on your side.
One person I called who became a good friend was Teal Swan. Because Teal Swan has been falsely attacked a lot. And you guys, I'm sure, have heard a Hulu documentary that makes her look bad, but she's incredible. She's a good person. She's been through the works, and she's a hero to me.
Yeah, we all know about the Teal Swan Hulu doc.
I thought she was amazing. And I talked to her about it, and she heard it and was amazing. And then I couldn't believe she even had the space to hear what I told her.
The space to... I'm going to fuck him. You know, I'm thinking about how high up does an overpass have to be?
Because she goes through it times a million. I mean, imagine you're this amazing, powerful woman calling out darkness who's beautiful and magical. She's a good person. She's a good person. We all have our shit, but what the narrative is in the Hulu documentary on her is such absolute horse shit. They changed shit on her. They spun shit on her. They told her they wanted to hear her side. and they were here to whatever, and then they completely added to it. Man, I'll tell you, when you are moving towards the light, you will not believe the darkness that needs to get shed out of you, and the universe will do. I mean, when you go up, you will not believe the people that grab onto you, that you are giving to, that are taking from you, that don't own any of their shit. It is unbelievable.
So now he's the
I'll
same
tell you,
as
this
this
has
person.
been my life. It's unbelievable.
They lied about that person. So he's kind of the same guy as the teal lady, Swan.
So I lost my publisher. I lost a lot of friends. I lost a lot of people who were some of the closest people in my life. And it was right. Like the universe, I said to it, merge me with my soul no matter what the cost. And a bunch of people got together and left me because they didn't want to look at their shit too or really hear what happened. And guess what happened a week later? COVID started. From my perspective, I'm like, did I do this? I said, merge me with my soul no matter what the cost. All these people collectively leave.
Wait a second. Years and years ago, before anybody was even talking about Kahuna virus, I did a whole episode trying to figure out which goon started it. I knew it had to be a goon. And of course, I picked all the Chinese ones. Ching Ching Chong, Wang, Ryan Katsu Rivera. It turns out this whole time, it was fucking Kyle Cease who started coronavirus. And he's admitting it. And he didn't even have to eat bat soup to do it. I mean, sorry, kind of a letdown. I really wish it was like a Chinese guy, to be honest. Mostly I just wanted it to be a Chinese guy. Kyle fucking Cease started coronavirus. That's a crazy one.
And then this bizarre thing happens where the whole world shuts down and goes inward for years.
Goes inward. Hell yeah, brother.
That no one's ever seen
Return to Evropa.
before. And I was like losing gigs because I'm being accused of this shit. And also the world goes shut down anyway. Like I was going to do a spiritual center in Denver. And then they canceled on me because of the thing. But then COVID came out and it was like canceled everything.
It came out. A pop-up shop opened up and COVID came out. They did a COVID drop.
And I was like, from my perspective, like life became this bizarre, weird thing. I'm not
From my perspective, it's the Jedi who are evil.
egoically saying I created this, but I do feel it being like the weirdest thing in the world.
Yeah, no, that does sound weird that you think that. Are you really trying to make the argument for this? And why would you want to? So here's the thing. Kyle Cease, not capable of Me Tooing a lady, but fully capable of worldwide pandemicking all women. Believe all unvaccinated women.
Let me tell you some of the things that have come from this.
Okay. I mean, I've heard of a lot of them. The lockdowns, the travel restrictions, the masking.
My connection with Christy.
Okay, so the mother of his child. All right, I actually do want to hear about this.
Someone who we have been so back and forth trying to figure out so much is so strong.
What? Really?
Not as a couple.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So not sure. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. I was going to say, you really shocked me with that because I was pretty sure you weren't with her, but you're not. Yeah, okay.
But as co-parents and best friends.
Oh, right. Yeah, no. You're the best of friends.
Best friend.
Obviously.
And stayed with me through that.
How
and
could you not be best friends?
Absolutely claimed anything in there. Take any off moment, any fight, any that I had cheated. And joined that.
And she's like cool with it. She likes it actually now. But one of the coolest parts about all of this after the Me Tooing is that Christy actually liked that I was cheating on her. She was like, what? Holy shit, I didn't know you could get pussy. That's pretty fucking okay, cool. I mean, we can't be together anymore, but damn, dude, you know, I'll call up my girlfriends and let them know. Yeah, my the father of my child, he's number one, he's free. But number two, he's sort of a Me Too guy. That's kind of cool.
And she went through her shit.
Have you ever had sexual thoughts about Harvey Weinstein? Would you consider Kyle C's?
And she suffered a ton and then cleared it out. And I love her so much. These are some of the things that came with it. There's a strength that there's a connection that I have with Mary that is out of this world. Like, we're so strong.
Okay, so he's fucking Mary. I mean, right? She saved his life. She's the one doing the emails for the copyright strikes. His connection with her is real strong. They're in photos together on Facebook, which is how I found her. So he's fucking Mary. So he just moved on to Mary, who was, of course, one of his, acolytes. She's in his, that's how she knows him. That's how he knows her. Did he make her sign the waiver or whatever? What did he say? A release form? I do hereby swear that I will allow Kyle to release whatever he wants on my juicy titties.
Strong, and she's the safest person in the world. Like, she's just like amazing, strong and powerful.
I'll tell you who else knew Mary. God. And she seems to think he is God. So that actually makes a lot of sense. I bet you there's something to that. Is he letting out a fart right now? Hang on a second. Hang on, let's watch that again.
The safest person in the world. Like, she's just like amazing, strong and powerful.
Okay, go ahead. Oop, oop.
Many other
the nose is going crazy.
connections with many other
his own
people.
brand.
Please don't feel offended if I forget to mention you right now. I'm trying to really.
I don't think anybody would be upset about not being mentioned during this stream, except for me. I would love to have gotten a shout out.
Work through the.
I probably did. It looks like it was edited out.
Biggest thing that I learned is that our darkness is our biggest gift. Because what was in there was...
You really, as a guy being accused of being evil, you don't want to say like how good the dark side is.
Unseen stuff.
Join me and together we will rule the Me Too movement as Scary and Boberry.
Unseen stuff was in my body.
Okay, well, let's leave it unseen.
And again, to any of the people involved, I'm sorry and I forgive you.
Oh, thank you. Okay. He's forgiving them. He's forgiving the victims. You know what? Maybe Kyle rules, actually. That's kind of hilarious and cool to do. Maybe he's the best.
This doesn't have to be a big thing.
Oh, okay, great. So no hard feelings? You and me, no hard feelings? I'm allowed to keep the videos up? We don't have to make this a whole big to-do?
There's no lawsuit coming from me.
Okay, great. So no rigmarole. And if that means if you strike me down, my appeal will become more powerful than you could possibly imagine. You won't be lawsuit. There won't be a lawsuit, so you won't be taking me to court if I appeal any sort of strikes, right?
I'm not going to Johnny Depp Amber Heard you. Like, I forgive everything and I'm sorry. I truly did the very best with what I knew.
Yeah, I'm not going to Johnny Depp Amber Heard. Yeah, that's because you can't. Johnny Depp actually got fucked over. Johnny Depp is the dude that you're pretending to be. I wonder if the Johnny Depp thing actually had a hand. I wonder if he's been sitting on that going, everybody believed him. It worked. It worked. He got out of it.
There's so many more aspects. I know that when this comes out, someone will be like, why don't you address? And I'm forgetting something, I'm sure. But I almost feel like COVID was this giant bed for me of, listen, and you can watch past YouTube videos of me crying through my trauma the last 3 years, but that's
Crazy.
been held. And I feel like when we did the Operation Underground Railroad event last week.
What? Wait. When you did the what? The Operation Underground Railroad? So now he's Robin Williams, he's God, And this is the highest of all of this order, he's also Harriet Tubman. He's Harriet Tub Girl, as far as I'm concerned. God damn, dude. That is crazy. Operation Underground Railroad. You can't name something that. When we're slaves to this Me Too movement, you have to understand, we are all slaves to it. We have to stop believing women, except for Harriet Tubman.
Everything was okay. And I feel like up until now, I have been a hybrid of the truest stuff that I knew meets the kid that doesn't want to be accused of something he didn't do. I mean, I get that. I did that, did I say this? I bit my arm once and told my mom my brother did it.
Tattling on yourself. You're telling. You might as well be doing the biggest lip curl fucking. You're about to get uppercutted in the forehead by your own top lip.
I've done that to people too. That was a long time ago.
Well, not in the grand scheme of things. I mean, you are sort of a kid still. You're sort of a kid with an inner child himself. So in reality, it wasn't that long ago. It seems like the kind of thing you would still do, maybe, actually.
I was like 8, but I bit my arm and said my brother did it.
So that's sort of a move you would still make even today. That seems like something that you would actually get up to even right now.
And my mom had
let's say during this video, actually. Actually, now that I look closer at the video, I'm actually seeing a bite mark on your arm right there. What is that?
Dental records in my arm, and goes, well, these are your teeth.
Is he claiming his mom forensicsed his arm with dental record? That shit doesn't even work in real life murder cases.
He's like, oh yeah. Like I literally bit my evidence that it's me into my arm. And to my brother, I'm sorry for that. To anyone that's ever claimed any type of thing that I did wrong to them, I apologize with all my heart. I promise you, you did stuff to me too, but that's...
Oh my God. That's it. That is, I mean, what... I don't know if you keep playing it after that. He just Me Too'd everyone else. He just Me Too'd the victims. He Me Too'd the audience. He just said, it happened to me too. You can't say that.
Claimed any type of thing that I did wrong to them. I apologize.
That is with crazy.
All my heart. I promise you, you did stuff to me too. But that's...
I mean, dude. This is the worst. This is a master class on what not to do in an apology video or whatever this is. I thought the last one was bad. This one is so much worse. It's crazy. I had to hear it again.
Claimed any type of thing that I did wrong to them. I apologize with all my heart. I promise you, you did stuff to me too, but that's for me to heal. You are welcome to apologize if you need to, or you're welcome to forgive, but it's actually none of my business what you do. Your stuff you did to me is for my healing. And this is how I heal it. I have been hiking and listening like you wouldn't believe. I have been so passionate about getting to the truth of this and not just defending from fear. And I for the first 2 years had a ton of, what if that everything was, what if that person finds out and thinks I'm a bad person? And then I would have people in my life that knew my heart. And then I had people in my life that looked at my circumstances. And I was also blown away by how people only saw the circumstances of even what wasn't true, but they thought was the bad thing about me. When at the same time, we're creating events to stop child trafficking. Am I an abuser?
He said, somebody in the chat says, I'm sorry you made me do this to you. That's... Stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself.
Or am I ending the abusers? right? Like, and I'm not using that as an excuse. Like, oh, like he can say he's not bad because I already can hear, oh, he's just using that he's rescuing the kids. I'm just saying I'm here in contribution and here to own whatever I can and whatever is true. While at the same time, I love that someone just said, you can never win this shit. It's true. Because
because you're in the wrong.
In my body,
and you're a loser.
Know that when I'm like, hey, at the time of this video, anyone can see the YouTube video that I just put out called I Have a Giant Announcement That's on the Thumb. We just put it out whatever Sunday, whatever it was, and go, we are at something like $95,000. Man, if you thought the last event was good, wait till you see the next one with this shit out. I'm entering a world I've never, ever seen before. Like, I can't wait to do this. And I know the event will both scare away people because there's a level of truth that I'm willing to face that people aren't. And there's people that can release their shit and go, this is freedom. And I will be at the beacon of the highest light I have. And then after that event, there will be even more light.
And this dude freed the slaves, so you got to kind of trust him on this.
But yeah, if the byproduct of that is now every event I do rescues more children from child trafficking, you better believe I'll do it.
What? I don't think that's what's happening.
So I also believe I'm much more of contribution to the world than bad.
Yes, sentence, words.
And I believe many of the people that gave me shit have a great opportunity to heal with me, to heal internally, to heal with God, and forgive themselves because I forgive you. And I'm sorry.
I reject you. Thank you. Thanks anyway.
But if you're mad at me, look inside.
Actually, you know what I would like? Hundreds of thousands of dollars. I hear that's on the table.
Yourself.
I tell you what, I won't fight any copyright claims. I'll take down all of these videos for hundreds of thousands of dollars. Now, this is not extortion. This is not blackmail. I'm asking for hush money. Is that, I think that you can do that, right? Is there a way, like, if a guy chooses to give hush money, it's not blackmail or extortion, right? You're allowed to do that. Okay, I'm asking you to choose that. I'm asking you to really take some ayahuasca, open up your brain, think about Pod Awful. I could maybe even bring your brother back into your life. I'm kind of a magical guy that way. Listen, I'm no Robin Williams. I'm no Harriet Tubgirl, but I feel like $100,000 would probably do it.
Or talk.
You still got any of that Not Another Teen Movie money? Or that other one you were in? 10 Things I Hate About You, I think he was in.
Talk to me about it. Don't go to someone else.
Hush money isn't blackmail. Exactly. I'm asking for hush money. And I don't know if this has ever been tried before. I mean, he claims that the lady did it. Instead of asking for blackmail, just straight up skip the middleman. Ask for hush money. You want me to stop? Be a little hush money. Why not?
And to everyone that did what they did, no matter what in my life, thank you. Because there's no way I would be doing Operation Underground Railroad events had this false scandal not happened.
Underground.
There's no way. Like, this was necessary to merge with my soul. To any person that turned on me, I forgive you. You're welcome to not talk to me more. That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome to. I have people that have come to me and told me.
To everyone I Me Too'd, you're welcome.
That spiritual speaker tried to get me to say. That spiritual speaker bragged to me about.
This is breaking my brain.
About hooking up with clients, projecting their shit on me.
So you're saying he did it, so it's okay?
Someone said, "Who is it?" I know you can't say. I totally can say. I think that right now, I don't want to. I don't want to.
Oh, he's reaching out to the spirits. Does anybody here have a woman they brutalized with the name beginning with the letter S? I'm seeing S. Yeah, I do. Samantha. Yeah, Samantha. That's right. Yeah.
That's where I'm still.
I want to say she's reaching out to me now. She's saying you you did something to her.
I'm still mad. And it's okay that
She's calling you a. Does this make any sense? Something. It begins with the letter N.
still mad. That's the remaining thing in my heart. I remember going through several books in the last 3 years on narcissists because I was trying to see if I was.
And bill of clean health.
And then it would
Clean bill of health? What?
say they do this and this and this and this. And I was like, that's them.
This is melting my brain. I feel like a lollipop
that.
melted onto the
But they don't
sidewalk.
want to own that. So they say I do.
But maybe that's just because he kind of looks
It
like
was literally
one. When
this
you pull it
list.
off,
Here's how you
there's
know it's a
trash on top.
narcissist. And it was like, well, that's what they did. They triangulate. They create a thing.
Okay, they don't triangulate. No one's triangulating. Hell, even the police, when they're pinging your cell phone, aren't really triangulating. I'm not sure a triangulation has ever actually occurred in
It
life.
was so funny. The day that happened, Teal Swan put out a video on people that try to convince you that you have borderline personality disorder.
When people are trying to... Totally normal.
That's actually a tactic. And she put it out like that day.
Perfectly
And
normal, perfectly
I
healthy.
remember the world being very different because it was like, here's this answer and here's
And I
this
wasn't Me Too'd yet.
thing. And Kim Duramo knows about it and said to me so beautifully, like, Mary was like this angel that was just holding you through that moment so you didn't jump off the bridge. Like, I knew I was going to jump. I saw the semi I was going to jump into.
Why not just run in front of it then? You don't have to
I had an empty suitcase because I was so scared.
jump into. I'm pretty sure that's an escape move. You jump onto a semi truck and then the bad guy is like, what the? And he looks that way and you're like, peace, as you drive off over the horizon.
Of the whole thing. And little images of Vivi, who is now my best friend and the greatest person in my life. We spent the last 3 days together. Just perfect. Just a best friend.
I see exactly the truck I'm going to kill myself on. And it's like a My Pillow truck. Oops, just happens to be the one I chose. Goodbye.
I know that
The world's softest mattress factory. Ah, there's the truck.
I'm a better dad because of this. I know that everything's better because of this.
By the way, honey, your dad tried. Wow, he just did the thing. He just did the lie tell after saying he's a better dad now. Yeah, honey, by the way, I tried to kill myself because I Me Too'd a bunch of ladies. Anyway, I'm a better dad now. I'm sort of Harriet Tubman, actually. I'm the Harriet Tubman of dads.
Any person involved has the ability to call me. They still have my number and heal it, and no one has to. I'm just saying.
I would love to have that. No, I would love to give you a call. How
Everything
do I make that happen?
in the world is healable.
Well, everything in the world is healable? I seem to recall you didn't take no Hippocratic oath.
But if any of those people were wondering what I went through in the last 3 years, only probably 5 people knew about that. Thank you to Christy for being an amazing space. Thank you to Mary for being an amazing space. Thank you to Lindsay
They're not spaces, they're people.
for being an amazing space.
You're crazy for this one, Rick. It's your boy.
Thank you for Joey for coming in and helping.
Thank you, India.
Congrats on the two of them being married. Thank you to Andrea for being an amazing space. Thank you to the rest of the team, Brian.
For making space.
Tyler, thanks for hearing what happened recently and giving me a huge hug. And it's every time I tell someone about it, I'm scared they'll never talk to me again.
Harriet Triangle
It's
person.
so amazing how you can have the shame in your body that you like, if I say this, they'll leave. And then it just gets smaller and smaller and smaller, and you get more okay with it, and you get more, and it's like, it's not about outside, it's the thing inside. I'm now able to own it all the way.
What don't you understand about all the people in his life being amazing spaces? How is that hard for you to comprehend? It's no harder for you to comprehend than any of the other psycho shit that's been said in this entire video. Or how about this one?
And I felt no shame from anyone.
Wrong. You should.
If it was 3 years ago, my body would have probably been different and not been able to. In fact, that's what happened. The truth will set you free. And David Hawkins says, truth is the highest frequency. And I'm done holding everyone's anger. I'm done carrying your shame.
Well, Dan Rather says, what's the frequency, Kenneth? Oh. Who wins?
I'm here to heal the planet.
And I'm here to hack the planet.
And I don't only mean by all the work I do and books I write and content I put out. I mean by the frequency I emit. And I'm really excited.
Yeah, which is kind of like a
about what darkness will not be able to exist in this time. Because the light's too strong. I feel like I just gave birth, which any woman can be very mad at me for saying that, because I'm sure it's way worse than that. But this baby's been in.
He's just said it, he's sure it's way worse than that. That what he just said technically implies that what he went through is worse than giving birth.
Here for 45 years.
That's awesome.
And it was really showing up 3 years ago. I'm sure there's a bunch of stuff I'm forgetting. I love everyone involved because this is a movie. Like the people in your life you think of are enemies. The people in your life that you think of that are enemies are you trying to get out of you what you don't see.
Oh, he's pursing his anal lips. You ever seen a butt
I
try
know
to
more
give you
stuff
a
will come up
kiss?
that I'm forgetting. I want to hear that's owned. But this is what I got right now. That's what it wants. The closest person to me later went on that guy's podcast.
I thought we were done on me. That's great. Okay, shout out Joe.
I'm a fag.
The closest person to me later went on that guy's podcast to try to crap on me.
It's a great one. Go check it out. Pizza Fund only. Sorry.
I don't know what pain he's in,
None, probably.
but I love him very much.
He didn't meet too any ladies, but he's probably fine. He's probably happy to get you cut out of his life.
And I know everyone's doing the best they can with what they have. And maybe we're moving to a level of light where you really got to go inward to heal yourself.
Okay, you got to start. As the Harriet Tub girl of gurus, you have to stop going inward all the time. I don't think she'd stand
And if
for
you
that.
don't, life is just going to knock us down. And whatever patterns are fighting, we're going to go down with it. You're either going to go
Add that
down
to the
with
AKAs of Kyle Cease, by the way. Harriet Tub girl.
pattern or free yourself.
New AKA.
I'll tell you guys, as a side note, I have found myself much more interested in going inward
Okay.
and less interested in hooking up with people. It's weird when you're a comic first and you do a gig and everyone in the room is drunk and loves you and you just think that's life and normal.
Not according to the open mics I've heard you've been to. Them all loving you? Kind of rewriting history there. I seem to recall Big Fat Louis Anderson taking a shit on you.
Someone that I looked up to, what I should do when I was on the road, and they were like, you should be hooking up with that, right? And I just know that that was a pattern in my life. I have finished events, and that was just what you did then. And it slowly also became what you did here. And I get that might not be the safest thing now. And I apologize for that. I didn't know that. You go through these connections with people and you feel real connections and you feel safety and it just feels right. When you're meditating for 5 days and all of a sudden the way the world is leaves and it's just love is love and everything's okay. That's what happens, you know?
Oh, someone in Kyler in chat says, shout outs Kyler, says Evillian02. Officially, by the way, Pod Awful, bigger fan of Pod Awful than any of the other shows, Evillian02. But anyway, Kyler says, how did you get the fan in the background to move real slow like that? And then someone says, you use a variable controller. Let me be clear, that is not what's happening. Don't listen to him. He doesn't know what he's talking about. That is custom work, and it wasn't easy to figure out, and I will never reveal my secrets. But it's not that. I can tell you right now, it's not a variable control. In fact, you'd probably burn out a fan motor by using a variable controller to make it move that slow. I'm only addressing this so that you don't end up burning your house down or something crazy for no reason. You don't need to do this, by the way. I did it already. I'm the guy who did this. All right. No one else gets to do this. I got to this one first. No one else thought to do this in real life. Every video game, every movie, every episode of Nickelodeon's The Roundhouse. When the music is playing, you know what I'm saying. You know, every music video, they all did this. Only I did this in the real world.
I feel not scared anymore.
It's probably using a lower voltage motor.
No. Or because anything someone brings up, I'm able to own fully. Thank you for hearing me. I know this was a lot of details that maybe don't apply to you, but maybe at the same time can help you if you're holding someone else's stuff. I love you too, Melissa Rose. Yeah, the universe is telling me that's good on that. We're here to explore oneness. You or me.
This is creeping me out. I mean, there's still a pretty good amount of video left here, like a few minutes. Kind of creeping me out. I want to just end it. I didn't like pre-watch any of this, so might just get boring, but you know, we're just having fun, we're hanging out. But this is fucking creeping me out. I don't really like watching this part here. He's got his head so far down that the camera has decided he no longer needs to be the focus of the video.
It is down.
Let's spice this up a little bit, though.
To you and God, the stuff in your body. Here's one thing I need to.
Oh, you know what? I don't like seeing his hair or what's left of it that big. It really looks disturbing like this.
I want to own. I have in the past got giddy about people and thought they were some type of the one or someone that there was potential with. And then way later felt different, but really sincerely thought they were the one. I had this optimism that that's it, that's the person, and get really excited. And then as time goes on, go, maybe we're different. you know, and I'm learning from that. I'm the one. God's the one. And that's the only truth. Can you believe what I just cried out and how amazing the event was with that in? I am really humbled and excited about what's coming through and what's coming after this.
He's talking, of course, about his cum. Just to be clear, every time he says something
October
like that,
will be
it's his cum.
And I'm going to sleep big tonight.
Yeah, you usually do after a big cum.
Let's meditate. We're here for exploring oneness. Let's meditate.
Oh, okay, great. Here we go. Everybody at home, let's do this together with Kyle. Maybe we will learn to forgive him for his transgressions against both women and the cult.
I love you to everyone involved, truly. The venue is chosen, right, Mary? Or is it not locked in? We're back and forth with one theater for the October event. Please join us for the October event in Salt Lake City. If you don't have tickets, please get tickets. As you can feel, it's going to be bonkers.
Are we fucking meditating or not?
There was a time where I was talking to a person who does a podcast, a guy, and he had been through being accused of stuff he didn't do. And I remember saying to him, maybe we should talk about it on the podcast. He's like, no way in hell. He didn't want to bring it up. He's gone. It's like, it's gone. And I heard myself go, what if you did though? Like, what would the world become if you did? And I was not ready back then. But it was right. Like, but it needed to be internally truly processed for 3 years. And I do what expands me, not contracts me. And I didn't want to do it out of defense. I didn't want to do it out of fear. I didn't want to do it out of protecting the small self. I wanted to do it out of freeing the small self. It's perfect. You know why? Here's an example why it's so perfect. When all those people fell off, with all the pain, with that stuff partially exposed, here's the measurable egoic reason. My company went through the roof. I don't know what we had in January 2020, but I feel like we were at, Mary, do you know how many people were on AEP in January or February of 2020? Something like 800, 1,000, 2, says Willow. Now there's something like 3,400 people here. But it was way less, and it's huge. And my YouTube following doubled and everything. And it wasn't based on how hard I was pushing. In the last 3 years, I haven't paid for advertisement. Before this, I used to pay for ads to our events. It feels like the frequency of the content is a better seller, right? Than pushing or advertising or any type of egoic thing. Like, God can do it better. Your heart can do it better. So with less expenses, no travel, right? Less not doing events all the time, way less teammates, everything.
What is the difference between this guy and the Liver King?
It's doing better. Way less work.
Really?
It's the frequency.
I would say about 100 pounds of mass and twice as much testosterone.
See you put out. It's not about hard effort. As David Hawkins, my hero, would say, this is about power versus force. I lost a lot of force in the last 3 years. And
not according to those ladies.
And it's being replaced with more power.
From a certain point of view.
This is the perfect time to say, support the children and show up in Utah and Salt Lake City and join us. Please join us. Or freeing all children inside and out with Tim Ballard. Join us.
Oh, I just missed it. Okay, well, there you go. ladies and gentlemen, we did it. And I think this is something important too. That's the real message. The real message here is this was important, and that's what we need to remember forever. Okay. What the hell is that? All right. Well, Kyle Cease. I don't have an outro for this. I didn't know how this is going to end. That was mostly bad and boring there at the end, so I apologize. But good news is, figure that out of here. The good news is that everything worked. The new setup worked. We were fine the whole time, so I think we're good to go, which means very, very soon we'll do the Mersh episode, maybe even tomorrow. I might want to toy with a couple little things here just to get everything dialed in perfect, so it might not be tomorrow, but maybe tomorrow we'll do the Mersh lawsuit episode. I don't know what I'm going to do with this. This is a mess, this stream, but it was fun. Can't believe Kyle is... I can't believe Kyle is hitting people with copyright strikes again. We got to take that video and we got to post it everywhere. We'll put it somewhere. I'll throw it up. I'll put it out on Twitter at PodAwful. I'll put it on the YouTube page, wherever I can. Take that video, download it, and re-upload it, and make that a nightmare for Kyle. He can't run away from the truth forever. There's no such thing as my truth. There's no such thing as gaslighting. It's time to triangulate his position. We are his flow stalkers, and he is a triangulated person. All right, I don't have an outro song or anything. I didn't think to set that up. So, this is just over. This is just over. Goodbye, Kyle. I know you're watching. And what do I have here?
This has all been a trick. You have been trolled.
You have been trolled. And classic. What do we got?
They're cyberbullying me to death.
Yep.
Rest in peace, Jeff.
Rest in peace, Jeff.
Let's go, Felted, etc.
Right.
Pickle Man tricked me again.
100%. We got any other? How about this one?
Call me a pedophile and dox my address.
Right.
Once you get to D-List, you can have all the kitty pussy you want. Trust me, I know.
Yes, and finally.
Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody. That's the show. You've all been amazing. I've been Jesse, one of the Earth's greatest guys. Don't go on the internet tomorrow and have an awful day.